Hey there, night owls. Glad you're here to join me. It's 8:43 p.m. for me right now. Let me know what time it is where you're listening from. Let's see who's the biggest night owl tonight. I've got some chilling stories lined up to keep you company and send shivers down your spine as the night stretches on. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to like and share. Your support means the world. Now, settle in and let the stories begin. I almost did not post this because, honestly, it still messes with my head, and I am not even sure if I believe it myself. But I figured maybe if I get it out there, it will make some kind of sense, or maybe someone will tell me I am not completely crazy. I live in Liverpool, in this old house that my parents have owned for years. It is one of those places with a bit of character, I guess you could say. The floors creak in ways that do not always make sense, and the walls are thin enough that you can sometimes hear more than you want to from the neighbors. Not that I pay much attention to those noises, or at least I try not to. So my parents were away for the weekend, and I had the place all to myself. It was one of those rare times where I could just do whatever I wanted without having to check in or keep the noise down. The first night was pretty normal, just some TV, a few snacks, and then bed. But over the next couple of days, I started noticing little things, the kind of things you try to ignore, but they nag at you. Like at night, I could hear noises coming from the walls and sometimes the attic. Nothing loud or constant, just soft, subtle noises that you almost convince yourself are just the house settling or the wind playing tricks. But it was enough to keep me awake on some nights, lying there and staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out what it was. I remember one night I was in bed, half asleep, when I distinctly heard what sounded like footsteps above me. The attic door is right at the top of the stairs, and I had checked it 1,000,000 times before just to be sure it was shut. That night, I just lay there, listening and telling myself it was probably a rat or something else that lives up there. Liverpool is full of old houses, and pests are part of the package, I guess. Still, I could not shake the feeling that it was something else, something, I do not know, more deliberate. But then again, I tried to tell myself I was overthinking it. During the day, everything seemed normal enough. I went about my usual routine, making tea, scrolling through my phone, occasionally stepping outside for some fresh air. The sun was out, birds were chirping, and I told myself that the noises at night were just in my head. Maybe too many horror stories or too much caffeine. I also remembered the last time I was here alone, maybe a few months ago, and I had the same feelings, just the house being old and noisy. I guess I was trying to be logical because I did not want to feel scared in my own home. One evening, I was sitting in the living room, wearing my old hoodie that I have had forever. It is one of those soft ones that is slightly too big and smells faintly of laundry detergent. I was eating a bag of pretzels that I had forgotten in the car for a while. It was one of those half-eaten bags that you find when you dig around and think you will finish later, but never do. I remember noticing how quiet the house felt, except for the usual humming of the fridge from the kitchen. Nothing out of the ordinary. I was about to get up to grab a glass of water when I heard the fridge door creak open. At first, I thought maybe I had forgotten to close it properly, but the fridge is usually pretty quiet unless you are right there. So I paused and listened. The door opened again, slowly, and then there was the sound of someone moving around inside the kitchen. I froze because, honestly, my first thought was that someone had broken in. but it was so quiet and strange that I did not even dare call out. My hands started to shake a little, and I found myself holding my breath without realizing it. I grabbed my phone and slowly crept toward the stairs. It was pitch dark, except for the faint glow from the screen. I kept trying to tell myself it was nothing, maybe just the wind or an animal, but I knew deep down that was not it. When I got to the top of the stairs, I could see the kitchen door was slightly open, and that was when I saw him, a tall man standing there, naked, his back to me. Pale skin, ribs showing, and he was just eating cold leftovers from a plate on the counter. He was humming softly, like a lullaby, and it made the whole thing even more surreal. I whispered, just to see if he heard me, and he turned his head slowly to look at me, but his body stayed facing the counter. I do not know why, but that motion was one of the creepiest things I have ever seen. Then, without a word, he ran out the back door into the darkness. I stood there, not moving because I did not trust myself to breathe. It felt like my mind was trying to catch up with what my eyes just saw. After a while I went outside but found no sign of him, no footprints, nothing. Just the usual damp grass and the faint smell of burnt coffee from my neighbor's kitchen. I locked the door and spent the rest of the night sitting on the couch, trying to rationalize everything. Maybe he was homeless, or someone who had been sneaking in through the walls or attic the whole time. I thought about the noises I had been hearing, and wondered if it was him moving around when I was not looking. I keep asking myself if I imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was half asleep or dreaming, but it felt too real. The next morning, I looked around the kitchen, checked the locks again, and tried to convince myself that it was just a one-time thing. But I still feel like I am being watched when I am here alone. I do not know what to do next, but I guess I will keep posting updates because, honestly, I am not sure how to handle this. After that night, I kept waking up thinking I heard noises again. It was hard to tell if I was just on edge or if something was actually moving around the house. The walls sometimes sounded like something scratching or shifting, but it never lasted long enough for me to be sure. I told myself it was probably just the house settling, the pipes, or maybe even the wind sneaking in through some cracks. But I could not help feeling like I was being watched, like there was something just beyond the corner of my vision. During the days I tried to get back to normal. I went to the local shops, ran errands, and met a friend for coffee, trying to act like nothing strange had happened. But every time I came back home, the feeling crept in again, that small knot in my stomach that tightened whenever I stepped through the front door. I started checking the locks obsessively, even though nothing had been taken or broken. The doors were all secure, the windows too, but that did not stop me from double and triple checking. I could not explain why, but it felt like the house was not just a house anymore. It was a place that held something hidden, and I was just waiting for it to show itself again. One evening, I was sitting in the living room watching some late-night TV. I was wearing the same hoodie I had on the night before the man showed up. It was comfortable, and I liked the way it smelled, a mix of my own laundry and a faint hint of the detergent I used. I had a half-eaten bag of pretzels on the coffee table, the salty crumbs scattered on the surface where I had been snacking. The house was quiet, except for the soft hum of the fridge somewhere in the kitchen. I thought I heard something upstairs, near the attic door. It was a low noise, almost like breathing, but I could not be sure. I froze, my hands gripping the armrests of the sofa without me even noticing. I tried to talk myself down, telling myself it was nothing, probably just the wind again, but I did not really believe it. After a few moments, the noise stopped, and I tried to convince myself to get up and check. But then I thought about that man in the kitchen, how he had been so calm and quiet, and I found myself sitting still, not moving. It felt safer to just stay put and pretend I had not heard anything at all. The next day, I decided to look around the house more carefully. I started in the attic because that was where most of the noises seemed to come from. The attic is not a finished space. It is full of old boxes, some broken furniture, and dust that has not been disturbed in years. The floorboards creak loudly underfoot, and the only light comes from a small window at one end that looks out onto the back garden. I opened some of the boxes, finding old clothes and random bits and pieces that my parents had forgotten about. Nothing seemed out of place. No signs of anyone having been there recently. The air smelled musty, a mix of damp wood and old fabric. I was about to leave when I noticed something odd near one of the beams. There were faint scratches on the wood, like someone had been trying to claw or dig at it. I ran my fingers over the marks and tried to tell myself it was probably just the natural wear and tear of the house, but it felt too deliberate to be random. I stood there for a while listening to the silence, wondering if it was connected to the noises or the man in the kitchen. I kept thinking that maybe he had been living somewhere in the house, maybe even in the walls or attic, and that was how he was able to move around so quietly. Later that night, I sat in the kitchen making a cup of tea when I thought I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around quickly, but no one was there. The house was empty except for me. I told myself I was imagining things, that my mind was playing tricks because of the stress and fear, but it was hard to shake the feeling that I was not alone. I kept glancing toward the back door in the hallway, expecting to see that pale man again, or at least some sign of him. I started keeping a journal, writing down every strange thing I noticed, every sound that seemed out of place. It helped me feel a bit more in control, like I was trying to understand what was happening rather than just waiting for the next weird thing to occur. Some nights, the noises were louder, and other nights, the house was completely silent, almost unnervingly so. I began to notice patterns, small things like the fridge humming at odd times or the back door creaking just slightly, even when I was sure it was shut tight. One morning, I found the kitchen floor wet near the sink. Not a lot, just enough to notice if you were paying attention. I had not spilled anything, and the tap was off. I wiped it up and checked under the sink, but everything looked normal. I thought maybe it was condensation or a leak, but I could not find any source. It was just another little thing that did not make sense, but was not scary enough on its own to be worth mentioning to anyone. I also started noticing the way the light changed in the house during the day. The rooms that should be bright were often dim or shadowed, and some corners seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. It was subtle, and I was probably imagining it, but it added to the growing feeling that the house was not quite right. Sometimes, I caught myself looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something or someone standing there, but there was never anything. I thought about telling my parents, but I did not want to worry them or seem ridiculous. They have lived here for years and never mentioned anything strange. Maybe I was the only one who noticed because I was alone. I kept thinking maybe it was just the silence that made me more aware of everything, the kind of silence that makes small noises seem huge. I told myself that I would be okay, that I just needed to get through the weekend and they would be back soon. Despite trying to act normal, I could not stop checking the locks every time I went to bed. I made sure all the windows were closed, even the ones upstairs that I rarely use. I double-checked the back door and the front door at least 3 times before finally settling in. I started keeping a small knife by my bed, not because I really thought I would need it, but because it made me feel a little safer. I did not want to admit how scared I was, but I was. Every now and then, I thought I saw shadows moving in the corners of my vision. When I turned to look, nothing was there. I told myself it was the way the light fell, or my tired eyes playing tricks. I tried to distract myself with music or TV, but the feeling always came back, like something was just waiting for me to notice it. It was exhausting and frustrating, because I wanted to believe I was safe, but could not stop feeling like I was being watched. One night, I was lying in bed when I heard a faint humming coming from downstairs. It was the same kind of quiet tune I had heard the man in the kitchen humming. I could not make out the words or melody, but it was soft and slow. I debated getting up to check, my mind racing between curiosity and fear. I stayed frozen for a long time, holding my breath, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Eventually, the humming stopped, and I fell asleep, but it was one of those moments I have not forgotten. That weekend, I realized I had been holding my breath more than usual, and my hands were often shaking without me noticing. The fear was not constant, but would come in waves, sometimes so strong I could barely think straight. I was tired all the time and kept second-guessing everything I saw and heard. I almost did not want to be alone in the house anymore, but I was stuck. My parents were still away, and I had no one to call. I think what scared me the most was not knowing who the man was or where he came from. Was he homeless, lost, or someone who had been living inside the walls all along? I kept wondering if I had glimpsed just a small part of something much bigger and more disturbing. But then I would remind myself to breathe and focus on the small details, the smell of burnt coffee from the neighbor's kitchen, the softness of my hoodie, the taste of the salty pretzels. Those little things were the only reminders that I was still here, still safe, or at least I hoped so. After a few more days alone, I started to notice that my sense of time was all messed up. It was like the house was messing with me somehow. I would wake up thinking it was morning when it was actually the middle of the night, or sometimes I could not tell if it was late afternoon or early evening. I blamed the fact that I was hardly sleeping properly, but it also felt like the light coming through the windows was different somehow, not brighter or darker, just off. Like it was filtered through something I could not see. Maybe it sounds crazy, but I could swear the colors were duller, and the shadows seemed to linger longer. One evening, I was sitting in the living room, wrapped in that same old hoodie I have worn almost every day while I was alone. I was sipping a lukewarm cup of tea I had forgotten about, and the bag of pretzels was still on the coffee table, half empty and kind of stale by now. I remember feeling tired, but restless. The TV was on, but I was not really watching it. My mind kept drifting back to the night I saw the naked man in the kitchen. It was such a strange image, the way he stood there with his back to me, so calm and quiet, humming like that. I kept wondering if he was still around, or if it had just been a one-time thing. That night, I was lying in bed when I heard the scratching again. It was coming from the attic, a slow, deliberate sound like someone was scraping their nails against the wooden beams. I tried to tell myself it was just a branch rubbing against the roof or maybe a rat, but it did not feel right. The sound was too steady and too close. I held my breath, not sure if I should get up and check or stay where I was. I was not sure what scared me more, the idea of someone being up there, or the thought that I might be imagining everything. I stayed frozen for what felt like forever. Eventually, the scratching stopped, and the house went quiet again. But it left this weird feeling in my chest, like something was watching me, even though I was alone. I lay there staring at the ceiling, my hands clenched into fists under the blankets. I tried to focus on my breathing, but it was hard to slow down my racing thoughts. I thought about the man's pale skin and the way his ribs showed when he turned his head. It was a weird detail that stuck with me for some reason. The next day, I went back to the attic, this time with a flashlight and a notepad. I wanted to write down anything I noticed, anything that could explain the noises. The attic was colder than usual, and the air smelled like damp wood and old fabric. I checked all the corners and behind the boxes. There were more scratch marks on the beams, some deeper this time, like someone had been clawing at the wood. I felt a chill run down my spine and tried to convince myself that maybe it was just damage from before, something old and unrelated. As I moved around, I found a small hole near the floor, just big enough for a person to crawl through. I did not want to get too close, but it looked fresh, like it had been made recently. I stared at it for a while, wondering if the man had been coming and going through there all along. I imagined him hiding in the dark, waiting for the right moment to come out. It was such a creepy thought that I had to step back and take a few deep breaths before continuing. That evening I kept replaying everything in my head, the sounds, the scratches, the hole in the attic. I found myself checking the walls and the floors more carefully, tapping and pressing to see if anything felt hollow or different. I even pressed my ear to the walls, listening for any signs of movement. Sometimes I thought I heard faint breathing or whispering, but every time I looked around, there was nothing there. I started to question my own mind, wondering if I was going crazy or if something was really happening. I also started to pay attention to the little things, like the way the fridge hummed when it was running, or the creak of the floorboards under my feet. The house was full of these small noises that usually went unnoticed, but now they seemed amplified. It was like the whole place was alive and watching me. I would catch myself glancing toward the kitchen or the back door, half expecting to see that naked man again. It was irrational, I know, but I could not stop it. One night I woke up to a cold draft in my room. The window was closed, or at least I thought it was. When I got up to check, I found it slightly open, even though I was sure I had shut it before going to bed. I closed it again and locked it as best as I could. I started to wonder if someone had been in my room, or if the house itself was playing tricks on me. I lay back down, heart pounding quietly, and tried to calm down. I kept telling myself it was nothing, just the wind or me forgetting to close it properly. The next day I found more signs that something was not right. A cup that I had left on the kitchen counter was knocked over, with a small puddle of tea spilled on the surface. I was certain I had not done it, and the cup was too far from the edge to have fallen by itself. I wiped it up and checked the surrounding area, but there was no explanation. I felt a growing sense of unease, like I was losing control of my own space, The idea that someone could be moving around the house without me knowing was becoming harder to dismiss. I started talking to myself more often, quietly muttering to stay grounded or to work through my thoughts. It felt strange, but it helped a little. I would say things like, maybe it is just the house, or I am probably imagining things out loud, hoping to convince my brain to calm down. Sometimes I caught myself rehearsing what I would say if someone asked me about all of this. I was afraid I would sound crazy or that no one would believe me. I also tried to keep busy, doing chores and tidying up to distract myself. But even while cleaning, I was hyper-aware of every sound and shadow. I remember vacuuming the living room and suddenly stopping because I thought I heard a whisper behind me. I turned around quickly, but no one was there. My heart was racing, and my hands trembled as I set the vacuum down. I sat on the sofa for a long time, trying to steady my breathing before continuing. On another day, I noticed that the back door was slightly ajar. I could not remember leaving it open, and the locks were intact. It was one of those doors that should have made noise when it moved, but this time it was silent. I closed it firmly and pushed on it to make sure it was locked. The idea that someone could be sneaking in and out without me hearing was terrifying. I kept thinking about that man and how he had disappeared into the night so quickly. I started leaving the lights on in the kitchen and hallway, even during the day. It was a small comfort, but it helped to push back the shadows that seemed to gather in the corners. I did not like the dark anymore, not in my own home. The house had gone from feeling familiar to feeling strange and unpredictable. I kept hoping that my parents would come back soon, that everything would go back to normal. But the more time passed, the harder it was to believe that normal was still possible. Every night, I found myself lying awake, listening to the quiet sounds that filled the house. The hum of the fridge, the creak of the floorboards, the occasional tapping in the walls. Sometimes I would hear a faint humming, the same tune the man had been singing that night. It was barely audible, like a ghostly lullaby that I could not escape. I would hold my breath and wait, hoping it would stop, but it never did for long. I realized that I was not just scared of the man or the noises. I was scared of not knowing what was real anymore, scared of losing my grip on this place I had always called home. The feeling of being watched, the strange noises, the unexplained signs, they were all wearing me down. I wanted to leave, but I could not. This was my home, and I was stuck here, waiting for something I could not name. The nights kept getting harder. I would lie in bed, eyes wide open, feeling like the shadows in the room were moving just slightly out of sync with everything else. It was the kind of feeling where you want to tell yourself it is nothing, but your body is screaming that something is wrong. I tried to keep busy during the day, to distract myself from thinking too much, but it felt like the house was watching me. I kept catching myself pausing mid-step, listening to the quiet creaks and groans around me, wondering if someone or something was hiding just out of sight. One night, I was in the kitchen making a sandwich. It was late, the kind of late where you are tired but still hungry enough to get up and eat. I was wearing the same hoodie I had been living in since my parents left. It smells like home now, but it also smells like the nerves and restless nights I have spent here alone. The kitchen smelled like the burnt coffee my neighbor makes every morning, mixed with the faint scent of the leftovers I had been keeping in the fridge. I had a half-empty bag of pretzels on the counter and was carefully pulling out a piece when I heard the fridge door creak open again. My heart jumped, and my hand froze mid-air. I stood there for a moment, unsure if I was really hearing it or if my mind was playing tricks again. Then the door opened wider, and I caught a glimpse of pale skin. I swallowed hard and whispered, even though I knew it probably would not make a difference. When I spoke, the man turned his head, his eyes locking onto mine without moving his body. It was unsettling in a way I cannot explain. He was skinny, too skinny, and his skin looked almost translucent under the kitchen light. He hummed softly, the same tune I had heard before. It sounded like a lullaby, but there was something off about it, something that made my skin crawl. I wanted to ask him who he was or what he wanted, but my voice got stuck somewhere between fear and disbelief. Instead, I just stood there, trying not to breathe too loudly, afraid that if I moved, he would disappear or worse, react in a way I was not ready for. Then, without warning, he ran out the back door into the night. I did not follow. I just stood there, frozen, my hands shaking as I clutched the edge of the counter. I could still hear the soft thud of his footsteps on the grass outside as he disappeared into the darkness. I wanted to call someone, the police maybe, but I was not sure what I could say that would not make me sound insane. Instead, I locked all the doors and windows again and sat down at the kitchen table, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. The next morning, I found small, wet footprints on the floor near the back door. They were pale and almost translucent, just like the man's skin. I stared at them for a long time, feeling a mix of disbelief and fear. I had no idea where they had come from, or how he had left without making more noise. The grass outside was damp from the morning dew, and there were no other signs that someone had been there. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. I started keeping a journal, writing down every strange thing that happened, every noise and sight that did not fit. It was my way of holding on to some kind of reality, a way to remind myself that I was not completely losing it. Some nights the house was quiet, almost peaceful, and other nights it was alive with sounds I could not explain. The humming was the worst. It would start softly in the middle of the night and grow louder until it filled the entire house. I would lie awake, gripping my pillow, trying to block it out. I began to notice other odd things too. Objects would be moved slightly, like someone had brushed past them but not taken anything. The kitchen counter, where the man had stood, seemed colder than the rest of the room. I even found one of my socks on the floor in the hallway, far from where I usually leave them. It was clean, not dirty or torn, just out of place. These little details piled up, making me feel more and more like I was sharing my home with someone I could not see. One evening I tried to record the humming on my phone. I set it up in the living room and left it running while I went to bed. The next morning I listened back to the recording, hoping to catch something that I had missed. All I heard was static and the faintest whisper of a melody that I could barely make out. It was enough to make my skin crawl. I was not sure if I wanted to hear more, or if I should just delete it and pretend it never happened. I talked to a friend about what was going on. I did not tell them everything, just enough to make them concerned but not scared. They told me to stay with them for a few days, to get out of the house and clear my head. I wanted to say yes, but I also felt trapped. This was my home, and as strange as it had become, I could not leave it completely. I promised I would think about it, but deep down, I knew I was not ready to face being away from here just yet. The house kept testing me. Some nights, I would wake up to the sound of the attic door creaking open slowly. I would lie there, heart racing, waiting for something to happen. Most of the time, nothing did, but once or twice, I thought I heard footsteps on the stairs, soft and careful, like someone was sneaking around. I wanted to believe it was just my imagination, but the fear was real enough to keep me awake for hours. I started sleeping with the lights on, leaving the hallway and kitchen lamps burning all night. It was a small comfort, but it helped push back the shadows. Still, I could not shake the feeling that the house was watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. I found myself jumping at every noise, every creak and groan that the old house made. My hands would shake, and sometimes I would hold my breath without realizing it, trying to stay as quiet as possible. One morning, I found a note tucked under the kitchen door. It was written in shaky handwriting on a scrap of paper. The words were simple, "I see you." My hands trembled as I picked it up. I looked around the empty kitchen, feeling like my skin was crawling. There was no sign of how the note had gotten there, or who might have left it. I stuffed it in my pocket and sat down, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I started to question my own sanity. Was this some kind of sick joke? Had I imagined the man, the humming, the footprints? But the note was real, and so were the scratches in the attic, the cold spots, and the feeling that I was never truly alone. I kept telling myself that I needed to be rational, that there must be an explanation for all of this. But the more I tried to find one, the more the house seemed to close in around me. Days passed, and the strange occurrences only grew. One night, I woke up to the sound of whispering, soft and unintelligible, coming from the walls. I could not make out what was being said, but it felt urgent and desperate. I lay there, frozen, listening until the whispering faded into silence. It left me feeling drained and uneasy, like I had been touched by something I could not see. I kept checking every corner of the house, every nook and cranny, looking for signs of who or what might be hiding here. I found nothing, but the feeling of being watched never went away. Sometimes I would catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, but when I looked, there was nothing there. It was as if the house itself was alive and aware, a living thing with secrets it refused to share. The more I tried to ignore it, the worse it got. I found myself talking to the walls, asking whoever or whatever was there to leave me alone. I would whisper into the darkness, hoping that it was enough to keep whatever it was at bay, but nothing ever changed. The house remained a place of quiet terror, filled with unseen eyes and silent footsteps. I do not know how much longer I can stay here. The fear is constant now, a low hum beneath everything I do. I keep telling myself that it will end when my parents come back, but I am not sure I believe that anymore. The house has changed, and so have I. I am not sure if I will ever feel safe here again. The longer I stayed in the house alone, the more it felt like I was living somewhere I did not belong anymore. I kept hoping my parents would come back soon, but every day that passed felt heavier, like the walls were closing in. I stopped trusting my own senses, second-guessing every noise and shadow. There were moments when I would sit still for what felt like hours, just staring at a spot in the room, waiting for something to happen, even though I hoped nothing ever would. One night, I woke up suddenly, sweating and breathing fast. I thought I heard footsteps again, this time closer, right outside my bedroom door. It was so quiet, but the sound was there. I froze, lying under the covers, not daring to move or even breathe too loudly. The door handle rattled slightly, like someone was trying to open it without making a sound. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but my voice was gone. After a few tense seconds, the noise stopped, and everything was still again. I did not sleep the rest of that night. The next morning, I found the door slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it before going to bed, but now it was open just a crack, enough to slip through. I stood there for a long time, staring at it, trying to convince myself that maybe I had left it that way and forgotten, but I knew I had not. The feeling of someone else being in the house, close enough to touch me, was overwhelming. I started carrying my phone everywhere, my fingers gripping it tightly as if it was a lifeline. Sometimes I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That I saw a naked man eating leftovers? That my house was making noises and whispering to me? I was afraid they would think I was crazy or exaggerating. It felt safer to keep everything to myself, even though the loneliness made everything worse. I tried talking to my neighbors, dropping hints about the noises and strange feelings I had been having. Most of them just shrugged or said the house was old and creaky, nothing unusual. But one neighbor, an older woman who lives a few doors down, told me that this neighborhood has a history. She mentioned stories of people hearing strange sounds in their homes, unexplained footsteps, and things moving on their own. She did not say much else, but her words stuck with me. That night, I slept with the lights on, the TV playing quietly in the background to drown out the silence. I was exhausted but too anxious to rest properly. I kept glancing toward the hallway, expecting to see that pale man or something else lurking in the shadows. I even kept my bedroom door locked, but the thought did little to calm me. In the middle of the night, I heard the faint sound of humming again. It was soft and slow, the same eerie tune I had heard before. It felt like it was coming from just outside my room. I sat up, heart pounding, trying to convince myself to get up and check, but I could not move. The humming stopped suddenly, and the silence returned. I lay back down, pretending to be asleep, hoping whatever it was would go away. The days blended into one another after that. I stopped paying attention to the time, not sure if it was morning or night anymore. The house had lost its warmth, becoming cold and uninviting. I kept finding small signs that someone had been there. Things moved slightly, cold spots in rooms, and once, a single footprint on the kitchen floor. It was faint, like someone had been walking barefoot on wet ground, but there was no rain, and the floor was dry. I started to feel like the house itself was alive, watching me, waiting for me to slip up. I caught myself whispering to the walls, begging whatever was there to leave me alone. It was embarrassing, but it helped a little. The fear was exhausting, and sometimes I wondered if I was just imagining everything to cope with being alone. One afternoon, I found a torn piece of fabric caught on a nail near the attic stairs. It looked like part of a shirt, thin and faded. I did not recognize it, and it made my stomach turn. I tried to remember if I had seen it before, but I could not. The idea that someone had been hiding in the attic, watching me, was too much to think about. I wanted to explore the attic again, to see if there was any sign of where the man could be living, but I was scared. The thought of being up there alone, in the dark, with the sounds and shadows made me freeze. Instead, I stayed downstairs, trying to keep busy with cleaning and small chores. but even that felt pointless. One evening, as I was washing dishes, I thought I saw a figure standing in the doorway to the kitchen. It was just out of the corner of my eye, pale and thin, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. My hands trembled, and I dropped a glass, shattering it on the floor. The noise echoed through the house, and I jumped, heart racing. I cleaned up the mess quickly, feeling like I was trying to erase the evidence of something I could not explain. I told myself I was just tired and seeing things, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. I was not safe here anymore. I started to keep the back door locked at all times, even when I was in the kitchen. The idea that the man had run out into the night and disappeared was unsettling, but I could not shake the feeling that he could come back at any time. I kept glancing out the window, watching the garden and the street beyond, half expecting to see him standing there. One night, I was lying in bed when I heard a soft tapping at the window. It was slow and deliberate, like someone was knocking gently. I sat up, staring at the dark glass, but I could not see anything outside. The tapping stopped, and the silence returned. I tried to tell myself it was a branch or an animal, but the feeling of being watched did not go away. I started to dread the nights. I would lie awake, waiting for the strange noises, the humming, the footsteps. Sometimes I would hear whispering in the walls, voices I could not understand. I tried to block it out, but it always found a way to creep back in. I thought about leaving, but I did not know where to go. The thought of being away from the house, away from my things and memories, was almost as frightening as staying. I felt trapped, stuck in a place that was no longer mine. One morning I found the note again. It was slipped under the door, the same shaky handwriting. This time it said simply, "You cannot hide." I held the paper in my hands, feeling the weight of those words like a physical thing. I wanted to tear it up, to throw it away, and forget it ever happened. But I kept it, a reminder that I was not alone in this house. The days passed, each one blending into the next. The fear was always there, lurking just beneath the surface. I kept hoping for my parents to come back, for the house to go back to normal. But I knew deep down that things would never be the same. I am writing this now because I need someone to know. I do not know how much longer I can keep this up, how much more I can take. The house is not safe, and neither am I. I do not know what will happen next, but I hope that by sharing this, maybe someone will understand, maybe someone will help. It had been nearly 2 weeks since my parents left for their trip, and I was honestly not sure how much longer I could handle being in that house. Every creak, every faint sound had me on edge, and I was more exhausted than I ever thought possible. I kept thinking about that pale man I saw in the kitchen, the way he stood there humming, almost calm, as if this was normal for him. I kept wondering if he had been living in the walls or attic all along, moving silently just out of sight. But after everything I had been through, I knew I needed to figure it out for myself one way or another. That afternoon I decided to finally face the attic again. I packed a small bag with a flashlight, my phone, a bottle of water, and something to write with. I kept thinking about the scratch marks on the beams and that hole I had found earlier. It felt terrifying, but also like the only way to get some answers. I told myself I would just look around quickly and then come straight back downstairs, but deep down I knew it might take longer than that. The attic stairs creaked as I climbed up, my heart thudding loudly in my chest. The air up there was colder and thicker than downstairs, heavy with dust and forgotten things. I swept my flashlight around slowly, catching glimpses of old boxes, pieces of broken furniture, and cobwebs hanging like fragile curtains. The smell was a mix of damp wood and something faintly metallic, like rusted pipes. It felt oddly alive, but not in a good way. I moved toward the hole in the wall, the one that looked fresh and like someone could crawl through it. I knelt down and peered inside, shining my light in as far as I could. It was just darkness beyond, but it looked like it led into a narrow space between the walls. My hands trembled, but I felt a strange pull, like I had to know what was there. Just then, I heard a soft shuffling behind me. I whipped around, the flashlight beam darting across the room. For a moment, there was nothing, just the dust motes floating in the beam. Then I caught movement near the far corner, a pale figure, thin and hunched, watching me. It was the man. He did not speak. He just looked at me with eyes that seemed tired and hollow. I could see the ribs beneath his skin and the faint marks on his arms. He moved slowly toward the hole in the wall and disappeared inside without another word. I wanted to call out, to ask him who he was or why he was here, but my throat felt dry and my voice caught in my chest. I sat back on my heels, staring at the spot where he had gone. The silence was heavy and full of questions I could not answer. Then, with a deep breath, I crawled toward the hole and slipped inside. It was tight and cold, the walls rough against my skin, but I kept moving forward. I had no idea how far this passage went or what I would find at the end, but I needed to see. After what felt like minutes, I came into a small space behind the wall. It was barely big enough for me to sit in, but there were signs someone had been here for a while. A few scraps of fabric, a worn blanket, and some empty food containers. It was the man's hiding place, a secret home inside my own house. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Suddenly, I heard a voice, quiet and broken. I did not want to scare you. It was him, sitting in the shadows, the faint light of my phone shining on his gaunt face. He told me his story in whispers, how he had been homeless and hiding from people who wanted to hurt him. He had found a way into the house long ago, and had been living in the walls and attic ever since. He never meant to cause fear, only to survive. We talked for a while longer, and I saw that beneath the eerie exterior was someone fragile and lost. I promised him I would not tell anyone if he agreed to leave the house and find help. It was not safe for either of us to stay like this. Slowly, he nodded, and with my help, we made a plan. The next day, I called a local shelter and arranged for him to get support. It felt strange to be doing this after all the fear, but I knew it was the right thing. When my parents came home, I told them the truth. They were shocked but understanding. The house had always been old and creaky, but this was something else entirely. After everything, the noises stopped. The house felt lighter, almost like a weight had been lifted. I still sometimes hear the faint hum of the fridge or the creak of the floorboards, but now those sounds are just part of the house, not signs of something hiding in the walls. Looking back, I realize that fear can twist reality, but sometimes it also reveals things we would rather ignore. That pale man was real, but he was not a ghost or monster, just someone trying to survive in a place where no one was looking. I am not sure I will ever forget those nights or the feeling of being watched. But I am glad I found the courage to face it and bring the story to an end. The first cigarette butt showed up on a Tuesday. I was rinsing out a coffee mug when I noticed it just lying there in the grass, a pale white stub with a smudge of lipstick that definitely wasn't mine. I don't smoke, never have. And my daughter Maddie is barely 16 and swears she hasn't either. I trust her. She's not the type to sneak around, and she knows better than to lie to me, especially about something so obvious. At first I figured it was the wind. Maybe someone on the hiking trail behind our house flicked it and it blew over the fence. We live right up against the woods, just outside of town. Quiet mostly, peaceful. Our backyard dips down into a patch of trees that eventually links up with a trailhead about half a mile out. It's the kind of place you move to when you want to get away from traffic and neighbors yelling through apartment walls. I didn't think much of it that day. But then Wednesday came, and there were 3 more butts. Same brand, same lipstick. By Friday, I had collected 7 in total, all from the same spot right where the grass fades into trees, just behind the shed. That's when I started to feel weird about it. I didn't tell Maddie. She'd had a rough week already, sophomore midterms, a group project falling apart, and drama with her best friend over a boy who wasn't even cute. I didn't want to dump my anxiety on her, not when it could still be nothing. I figured I'd keep an eye on it. That night, around 2 in the morning, the motion light went off. It shines right at the back of the yard. I installed it when we first moved in, mostly because Maddie was scared of raccoons back then, and the light gave her peace of mind. It's sensitive, but not that sensitive. A squirrel won't set it off. Something big enough, a person, a deer, maybe a bear would. I got out of bed and peeked through the blinds. The yard was empty. Light glowing, nothing moving. I told myself it was nothing, probably a deer, maybe even a gust of wind strong enough to shift the trees. The next morning, I found something new. Behind the shed, nestled in the leaves and dirt, was a folded blanket, not one of ours, a fleece throw, the kind you'd buy from Walmart, covered in burrs and bits of pine straw. Beside it were 2 empty granola bar wrappers and an opened water bottle, half drained and cloudy. Someone had been sitting out there, sleeping maybe, camping in my backyard. The pit in my stomach turned into a full-on ache. I called the non-emergency police line. A young officer came by around noon. He was polite but clearly skeptical, the kind of tired that comes from dealing with calls that don't go anywhere. Probably just a transient, he said. We've had a few come through lately. Could be someone passing through the trails. But the cigarette butts, I said, and the light, and the blanket, it's right behind the shed. He nodded, jotted something down. We can send a car by tonight, he offered. But unless we catch someone in the act, there's not much we can do. You might want to invest in a camera. Get something motion, activated. They're pretty cheap nowadays. He left shortly after that. I stood at the edge of the yard for a long time, staring at the tree line, trying to spot movement. Nothing but rustling leaves and the distant sound of a lawn mower from across the road. That afternoon, I ordered a cheap camera online. It arrived in a day. Fast shipping was one of the perks of living close enough to a town, but far enough to feel like you were out of it. I installed it on the corner of the shed, facing the yard. The app on my phone let me see live footage and recorded clips when the sensor picked something up. For 2 nights, nothing happened. No light, no alerts, nothing unusual. Then, on the 3rd night, Sunday, the camera pinged me at 2:12 a.m. I was already awake, couldn't sleep. I tapped the notification, and the feed loaded slowly, almost like the camera didn't want me to see what it caught. When it finally played, I stopped breathing. A man, just sitting there, dead still, in the dark, facing the house. He was on the blanket, knees pulled up, arms resting across them, hoodie pulled over his head, face shadowed. I couldn't see his expression, but I could feel it, the stillness, the weight of being watched. He didn't move for the full 2-minute clip, just sat, silent, focused. I saved the footage and called the police. They came faster this time. 2 officers. They swept the backyard with flashlights, walked the perimeter, poked around the trees. They found the blanket again, a new pile of wrappers, and this time something worse. A small canvas bag tucked behind a log near the edge of the woods. Inside were food items, trail mix, jerky, water bottles, a small flashlight, a pocket knife, and a folder. Photos. All of Maddie. Some from inside the house, her at the kitchen table, eating cereal, her brushing her hair in the bathroom, half seen through the upstairs window. One from last week, when she'd fallen asleep on the couch, lit only by the TV. They were taken through our windows. From the yard. My stomach turned. The officers were suddenly all business. They called for backup, started marking the area. One stayed to take my statement, while the other went door to door, asking if any neighbors had seen anyone lingering near the trail. I sat on the edge of my couch while Maddie slept upstairs, oblivious. I didn't know how to process it. Somebody had been in our yard, not just passing through. Watching, waiting. I'd always thought our home was safe, quiet, private. But that night I learned something I never wanted to know. Sometimes danger doesn't break your door down. Sometimes it waits quietly, just outside your window. The next morning, Maddie found me in the kitchen, still in my clothes from the night before, sipping coffee like it could undo everything. I hadn't slept. The police stayed until after 4, searching the perimeter and taking the folder with the photos. They promised a full report and said they'd assign a patrol car to do drive-bys at night, but their words felt weightless. "You okay?" Maddie asked, rubbing her eyes. I nodded too quickly. "Yeah, just couldn't sleep." She glanced toward the back window. "Is something going on? There were cops outside last night." She noticed. Of course she did. Somebody's been trespassing. The police are just being careful. Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't push. That's creepy. I leaned against the counter, watching her pour cereal. Every instinct in me screamed to keep it from her, to shield her from the full weight of what was going on. But then I remembered the photos. her face through a window, unaware, framed by shadows. She had a right to know. She had to. "Maddie," I said carefully, "there's more." She paused mid-bite. "More what?" "There was a man in the backyard, sitting behind the shed. The camera caught him." Her spoon clinked against the bowl. She didn't speak. I kept going. "The police found a camp near the woods, food, a sleeping bag, and," I took a deep breath, "a folder with photos of you." That was the moment her expression broke. It wasn't fear right away. It was disbelief, like maybe I was playing a sick joke or I'd misunderstood. "What do you mean? Photos?" "Taken from outside, through the windows. It looks like he's been watching us for a while." Her hands trembled. She set her spoon down and folded her arms like she was suddenly freezing. "Why didn't you tell me last night?" "I didn't want to scare you until I knew it was real." She didn't say anything. Her eyes welled, but she blinked the tears back. "Are they going to find him?" I wanted to say yes, that the police were experts and would handle it, that this guy would be arrested and we'd never have to think about it again. But the truth was, they didn't know who he was. No fingerprints, no ID, no leads. "I hope so," I said. Maddie didn't finish her cereal. She stayed home that day. I called the school and gave some vague excuse about a family emergency. She spent most of the morning in her room, door closed, and I didn't push her to talk. I spent the time pacing the house, checking every window, every lock. I pulled all the curtains and shut the blinds, even the little ones in the bathroom. At noon, the officer from the night before called. His name was Connors, and he sounded more awake now, more formal. "No matches on the fingerprints," he said. "The guy wiped everything clean. But the photos, we're taking this seriously. That's stalking. It's criminal." "Do you think he's still around?" There was a pause. "We don't know, but we found cigarette butts along the trail again, still warm. So he's watching us." "We can't confirm that, ma'am, but I'd suggest keeping your doors locked, staying in groups, and making sure your daughter's not alone outside, especially at night." I thanked him, hung up, and immediately went to check the locks again, even though I already knew they were secure. That night, Maddie and I slept in the same room. I dragged the armchair from the living room into the corner of her bedroom and sat there while she dozed off. She pretended to be okay, but every time the house creaked, her eyes shot open. The camera app on my phone stayed open all night. No alerts. But I didn't sleep a second. At 6:00 a.m., the motion light went off again. I held my breath, grabbed the phone, and checked the camera feed. This time, there was no man. Just a shadow. Something moving past the shed, too fast to be clearly seen, but definitely not an animal. I got up, careful not to wake Maddie, and went downstairs. I hesitated at the back door, hand hovering over the knob, heart thudding in my ears. Then I unlocked it and stepped outside. The grass was wet with morning dew. The woods were still, heavy with fog. I crept toward the shed, flashlight in one hand, phone in the other. Behind the shed, the blanket was gone. But there was something else. Another photo. This one pinned to the shed's wall with a nail. It was Maddie, again, but not from the window. This one was recent. She was sitting at the kitchen table, back to the window, phone in hand, and the note beneath it scribbled in tight block letters. She looks just like her mother. I ripped it down and stumbled back inside, locking the door behind me. My legs gave out and I sat on the kitchen floor, shaking. This wasn't random. This wasn't a drifter. Whoever he was, he knew us. And he was escalating. I showed the note to Officer Connors later that day, when he returned with another officer to collect the new evidence. He didn't say much at first, just read it, then folded it carefully into an evidence bag. "He's fixated," he said finally. "We're going to do a canvass of the area. Talk to your neighbors. Someone might have seen something." "What am I supposed to do? I can't keep her locked inside forever." "Do you have anywhere you can stay? Friends? Family nearby?" "My sister. She's about 40 minutes out." "I'd go," he said, "just for a few days. Give us time to look around without worrying about your safety." I hated the idea of running, of being chased out of my own home. But when I looked at Maddie, curled up on the couch under a blanket, pale and quiet and not herself, I knew we couldn't stay. That night I packed a bag. As we pulled out of the driveway, I glanced one last time at the woods behind the house. The trees were still, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us from just beyond the edge. My sister's place felt like a different world. It was bright, loud, and filled with the chaos of her 3 boys tearing through the house like mini tornadoes. The noise was overwhelming, but in a way that felt oddly comforting. Maddie and I took the guest bedroom upstairs, the one with bunk beds and posters of old superhero movies peeling off the walls. She didn't complain. In fact, she didn't say much at all. That first night she lay on the top bunk while I paced the room, phone in hand, refreshing the camera app from home. Nothing. No movement. No new alerts. Still, I couldn't sleep. I lay there staring at the underside of the top bunk, watching the slats and shadows shift with every flicker of light from the hallway. At some point around 2:00 a.m., Maddie spoke. "Why would he write that?" Her voice was quiet, small, like she was talking to herself more than to me. I knew what she meant, the note, the photo, the line that kept echoing through my head. "She looks just like her mother." I sat up slowly. "I don't know," I said, but I did. Or at least I had a terrible suspicion that I didn't want to give shape to yet. "I don't remember, Dad," Maddie said. I froze. She rarely brought him up. "He left when I was 4. You never talk about him." I took a breath, because there's not much to say. She rolled over, staring down at me from the top bunk. "Was he ever weird? I mean, with you?" I blinked up at her. "No, never. He was just gone. He didn't want to be a dad, that's all." But even as I said it, I wondered if I still believed it, or if I ever had. The next morning, I got a call from Officer Connors. "We did a sweep of the woods behind your house," he said. "Found the campsite again. He's moved further out, maybe 30 yards deeper into the tree line. Same supplies, same blanket. He left in a hurry, though." "Is he gone?" "No, we don't think so. He's still nearby. He left something behind. I pressed the phone harder to my ear. What? A journal, pages torn out, mostly gibberish, but some names, some drawings. Your name is in there, and your daughter's. I felt my throat close. There's more, he said. We found a receipt for cigarettes, purchased at a gas station about 15 minutes from your house. Do you have footage? We're checking now. We've also asked them to alert us if he returns. For now, I suggest staying where you are. I hung up, hands shaking. Later that afternoon, Maddie and I sat outside on the patio while my nephews launched foam rockets into the grass. She was scrolling through her phone, silent again. The sky was overcast, and the air felt heavy, like it was full of static. You ever feel like someone's following you, even when you're safe? She asked suddenly. I looked at her. Yes, I said. She didn't say anything else. That night, the camera app pinged at 3 a.m. I sat up in bed so fast, I nearly fell out of it. The thumbnail showed a figure in the yard. I tapped it, heart pounding. It was him. The man. He was standing behind the shed again, only this time closer to the house, closer than he'd ever been. He wasn't sitting, he wasn't hiding. He was standing upright, arms at his sides, head tilted slightly upward, looking straight at the kitchen window. At the camera. At me. It was like he knew. The clip was 30 seconds long. He never moved, just stared. Then the feed cut off. I called Connors again. He sounded exhausted but alert. Don't go back yet, he said. We'll increase patrols. But I'm telling you, this guy is watching. He knows when you're there and when you're not. He's waiting. For what? We're not sure. But he's patient, and he's not gone. The next morning, Maddie found something on her phone. An airdropped image. Not from a number she knew. Not saved to her messages. Just sitting in her photo gallery. It was her. A shot from behind, standing in my sister's backyard, taken from a distance. Time stamped 20 minutes earlier. She hadn't left the house all morning. That meant he was here. Not at our home. Here. My stomach dropped so fast I nearly got sick. We called the police again, and they sent a car, but it was the same story. No footprints, no one on camera, no real proof that the photo hadn't been taken days ago, even though we knew it hadn't. That night I sat with Maddie in the guest room while she cried quietly into my shoulder. I didn't have answers. I didn't have plans. I just had rage and fear and a gut-deep feeling that this wouldn't stop until I made it stop. He was hunting us, and he was better at it than we were at hiding. So I did the only thing I could think of. I went home. Alone. I didn't tell Maddie I was going. I left her with my sister, who had enough sense not to ask too many questions. I drove back to our house just after dark, parked in the garage, and turned off every light. Then I waited. I had the camera app open. I had a flashlight in my lap. I had a kitchen knife beside me. And I had a plan, if you could call it that. It was simple. Wait. Watch. And if he came back, follow. Because whoever he was, however he knew us, I needed to see his face. Not through a blurry clip. Not through the window. Face to face. And if I could get that far, maybe I could finally end this. I sat there in the dark for hours, the only sound in the house the low hum of the refrigerator and the occasional pop from the wooden floor shifting under old age. I'd left every light off. The camera feed was pulled up on my phone, volume turned low, notifications silenced except for one, the motion alert. I didn't blink much, couldn't. Every minute dragged. Just before 2:00 a.m., the camera sent a push alert. Motion detected. My heart jerked up into my throat. I tapped the notification. There he was. On the screen. The man again, standing behind the shed, just like the night before, only now he was closer. The edge of his hoodie caught the light, and I could make out more this time a beard, not full but patchy, graying at the sides, dark eyes under the shadow of his hood. He didn't move. But he wasn't just staring this time. He was smiling, only with one side of his mouth the corner twitching up like he knew I was watching. I tapped back out of the feed, slipped on my shoes, and grabbed the flashlight and knife. My hands were sweating. This was reckless, I knew that. Every part of me was screaming not to go out there. But if the police weren't catching him, and he kept getting closer to my daughter, I couldn't wait around anymore. I stepped out the back door as quietly as I could, letting it click shut behind me. The yard was cold. The grass was slick from an earlier drizzle, and the night air had that thick forestry smell of wet leaves and pine. I turned the flashlight on, keeping the beam low to the ground. The camera had caught him at 2:00. It was 2:08 now. I crept toward the shed, moving slow, trying not to crunch twigs underfoot. I heard it before I saw anything, a footstep in the woods. Deliberate, not an animal, someone moving slowly. I slipped around the side of the shed and waited. Flashlight off now. Heart pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. Another step, closer. Then a breath. And suddenly I realized he was right on the other side of the shed. I turned the flashlight on and lunged around the corner, knife raised. No one. Just trees. Branches swaying, moonlight slicing through the trunks. The blanket was gone again. So was the folder. But something else had been left behind this time, a small cardboard box, perfectly square, wrapped in plastic to protect it from the damp. I crouched down and picked it up. It wasn't heavy, maybe the weight of a couple paperbacks. No markings on the outside. I took it inside before opening it. Back in the kitchen, I sliced through the tape with the tip of the knife. Inside was a stack of photographs, not printed off a phone. Old school, film photos, developed glossy prints with dates in the corners. The first was of me, maybe 20 years ago, high school. I was standing in front of a car I barely remembered, wearing a varsity jacket I hadn't seen in decades. The second was me at my old job, one I hadn't worked at since Maddie was a toddler, taken through a glass window as I was eating lunch alone. The third was Maddie, at the grocery store, not last week, at least 2 years ago, younger. her hair in a braid she hadn't worn since middle school. More photos followed, dozens, some of me, some of Maddie, all taken from a distance. One near the park, another in a dressing room mirror, and one, the last in the box, taken from the end of our upstairs hallway, looking directly into Maddie's bedroom from just outside the door. It was dated 3 nights ago. I dropped the photo. My stomach turned. That's when the house phone rang. I jumped so hard I knocked over the chair behind me. I stared at it, my mind going blank. Nobody used the landline anymore. We only had it for internet bundling. No one ever called it except spam numbers. But I walked over and picked it up. Hello? Silence. Then breathing. And a low voice, not whispering but not normal either, like someone trying to suppress a laugh. She sleeps on the left side, the voice said, just like you. Then the line went dead. I dropped the receiver like it burned me. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I locked every window, every door, checked the basement, the attic, twice. I called Officer Connors and left a message. I didn't wait for him to call back. I called the emergency line next. A patrol car came within 20 minutes. The officer stayed for nearly 2 hours, walking the woods with a flashlight, inspecting the box and the photos, taking them in as evidence. But there wasn't much else to do. No fingerprints again. No tracks. No one on the nearby cameras. They promised more surveillance, promised to follow up, promised they'd try. But I was done waiting. The man wasn't just camping nearby. He'd been inside. He had a key. Or he'd found a way in we hadn't noticed. A window left unlocked. A forgotten back door. Somewhere in the timeline of the last few days, maybe weeks, he'd crossed a line we didn't even know was there. And if he'd been watching since Maddie was a toddler, like some of those photos suggested, then this wasn't a stalker. It was an obsession. And maybe worse. I packed a second bag that morning. Not to run. To prepare. I took Maddie back from my sister's house that evening. She didn't ask why. She didn't want to be apart anymore, and neither did I. That night, she slept in my room, and I stayed awake in the chair again. This time, I didn't bring just a flashlight and a knife. I brought the baseball bat I kept in the garage, because if he came back, I wouldn't just be watching anymore. I'd be waiting. The first few hours of the night passed with an eerie stillness, the kind that's too quiet to feel natural. I sat in the same chair by the window, the baseball bat leaning against my leg, and my phone resting face up beside me, camera app open, brightness turned low. Maddie lay curled up in my bed, fast asleep but clutching one of the pillows like it anchored her to the world. She hadn't asked any questions when I brought her back. She just looked relieved to be with me, even in that house. Midnight came and went. 1 a.m. ticked by, then 2. The motion light in the backyard never came on. But around 2:17 a.m., my phone pinged. Motion detected. I didn't hesitate. I tapped the alert, and the feed loaded instantly. The man was back. But this time, he wasn't at the edge of the woods. He wasn't by the shed. He was standing on the porch, right outside the back door. His hoodie was down now, his face fully visible. Pale skin, thin lips, hollow cheeks. His eyes were fixed on the camera, and he was smiling again, only now it was wider, more confident, like he knew something I didn't. He raised one hand and waved. Just once. Then he walked slowly to the left, toward the side of the house, out of frame. I leapt up, grabbed the bat, and ran to the back door. I didn't fling it open. I unlocked it slowly, eased it open with one hand, and stepped barefoot onto the porch. Nothing. The air was cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your jaw and makes your teeth ache. I moved carefully down the steps, flashlight in one hand, bat in the other. I didn't call out. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of hearing fear in my voice. I circled the side of the house. Still nothing. But then I saw it. A smear on the side window. A fingerprint. No, a palm print. A full hand pressed against the glass, as if he'd leaned into it to get a better view. It was right outside the laundry room. The curtain was closed, but just thin enough that I knew he'd been watching the hallway. I backed up, skin crawling. Then I caught it movement. In the woods, a figure, running. I chased. I didn't think, I just ran, over the grass, past the shed, into the trees. The flashlight bobbed wildly in front of me, illuminating trunks and roots and nothing else. But I heard him. Leaves crunching, branches snapping. He was fast. Too fast. I sprinted for maybe 30 seconds before I realized how far I'd gone and how stupid this was. What was I going to do if I caught him? He knew these woods better than I did. I was barefoot, in pajamas, holding a bat like it would save me from whatever this man really was. I turned back, and that's when I saw it. A second camp. Not the original one behind the shed. This one was deeper in, hidden under a half-collapsed hunting blind, half covered with brush. Blankets, more wrappers, empty water bottles, and a notebook. I knelt beside it, breath catching in my throat. It wasn't torn up like the one the police had found. This one was intact, filled, front to back, with neat handwriting in dark ink, page after page of names, dates, sketches. At the center of one page, our house. A crude drawing, but unmistakable. And right below it, in capital letters, "She's ready now." I slammed the book shut, heart thudding in my ears. A branch snapped behind me. I stood up fast, turning in every direction, flashlight beams slicing through the dark. But no one was there. I didn't wait. I ran back to the house faster than I ever had in my life. Burst through the back door, slammed it shut, locked every bolt and latch. I woke Maddie. She sat up, groggy and alarmed. "What's going on?" I didn't sugarcoat it. He was here. He waved at the camera. He touched the window. I found another camp. He has a notebook with our house drawn in it. She paled. "I want you to pack a bag," I said. "Anything you need for a few nights." "Where are we going?" I paused. "Somewhere safer." At dawn, I brought the notebook to the station. Connors wasn't on shift, But another detective, an older man named Hargrave, took one look at it and told me to wait in a room. 20 minutes later, he came back with a small file folder. He sat down across from me. "I need to ask you something," he said, "and I need you to be honest." I nodded. "Do you know a man named Gregory Holbrook?" I blinked. The name meant nothing at first. Then it hit me, a memory I hadn't touched in years. I was 19, college freshman, first boyfriend. We'd met at a party, dated for 2 months. He was strange, possessive, intense, always showing up unannounced, calling at weird hours. When I broke it off, he didn't take it well. I moved dorms without telling anyone. I hadn't heard from him since. "That was over 17 years ago," I said. "He just disappeared." Hargrave nodded slowly. We pulled prints from the new notebook. They match a set from a sealed file. Gregory Holbrook changed his name 15 years ago after a mental health hold. We don't have anything recent on him until now. The room tilted slightly. "This whole time, it was him." "It looks that way," Hargrave said. "He's been watching you, for years, probably. He's fixated not just on you, but your daughter too. He believes she belongs to him." I felt my stomach drop. "He thinks Maddie's his?" Hargrave didn't answer right away. "We've assigned a detail to your home," he said, "but I don't want you staying there. Not tonight, maybe not for a while." "Do you think he'll come back?" He looked at me with the kind of expression that only means one thing. "He already has." That night, Maddie and I stayed in a hotel, the kind near the freeway with thick curtains and too much chlorine in the pool. I didn't sleep. She curled up next to me, like she did when she was a little girl and had bad dreams. Only now, the bad dream was real. And outside, somewhere, a man was still watching, still waiting. But for the first time, we had a name. And that meant we had a chance. We spent 3 days in that hotel. 3 long, sleepless days filled with whispered conversations, police interviews, and a steady, gnawing fear that no lock, no camera, no barrier was going to be enough. Maddie barely left the room. She kept the curtains drawn tight and only spoke when she had to, her voice low and brittle. I stayed alert, watching the parking lot, double-checking every entry point, always bracing for the knock that might never come. But on the morning of the 4th day, everything changed. Detective Hargrave called just after 7. His voice was calm, measured, but there was something behind it, a tone I hadn't heard in weeks. Resolution. "We've got him," he said. I froze. My hand tightened around the phone. "Where?" "About a mile from your house, in the woods. We had a trail cam set up near the old creek bed. He triggered it around 5 this morning. Units were nearby. Took him without incident." I couldn't speak. "You okay?" Hargrave asked. I think so. You and Maddie are safe now. He's in custody." I looked over at my daughter, still wrapped in the hotel blanket, eyes heavy but focused on me. I gave her the smallest nod, and she blinked, like maybe she didn't believe it yet. "Is he talking?" I asked. Hargrave paused. "He's not denying anything. We found more at the site, another notebook, drawings, maps, and something else." What? A small box. Inside were locks of hair, yours and Maddie's, from different stages of her life. We believe he's been tracking you both for over a decade. I turned away from Maddie, pressing a hand to my chest. My lungs felt too tight. How is that even possible? We're still piecing it together, but it's clear now he started with you. He fixated, and when you had Maddie, he redirected that obsession. He believes she belongs to him, that you took her. I couldn't speak. Do you want to come in? He asked gently. See the files? Ask questions? No, I said quietly. I just want it over. 2 days later, I returned home. Alone. Maddie stayed with my sister a little longer. I needed to see the house first, needed to know it still felt like mine, that the walls didn't hold the echo of his footsteps, that the windows weren't just places he'd watched from. The backyard was silent. The trees were still. No more cigarette butts. No more blankets. The police had cleared everything. No signs of a camp. The notebook had been logged into evidence. The second box taken away. I walked through each room, checking windows, testing locks, inspecting the spots where he might have stood, watched, touched. I stopped at Maddie's bedroom door. It had been left ajar. I pushed it open slowly, half expecting something to be wrong. But it looked just like it always had: soft lighting, posters peeling slightly, a stack of books beside the bed, her favorite hoodie on the back of the chair. Only one thing was out of place. On the windowsill, tucked behind the curtain, was a folded piece of paper. No envelope. No name. Just a single handwritten note. She smiled like you. I only wanted to see her grow up. My hands shook. I placed it into a Ziploc bag and brought it to Hargrave later that day. He looked tired, older than before, but still sharp. He left this? I nodded. We think he slipped it through the window before we picked him up, he said, his way of saying goodbye. Is that what this was to him? Some long, deranged reunion? He doesn't see it as stalking, Hargrave said. He's rationalized it, built a world where you and Maddie were his, a world where he was part of your lives. Everything else, the trespassing, the photos, he sees that as proof of love, not obsession. Can I ask you something? Of course. Why now? Why after all this time? Hargrave sighed. We think Maddie's age triggered something. 16. That's how old you were when he first met you. He saw her become what you were, and that line blurred. He couldn't tell the difference anymore. I sat back in the chair, letting that settle. You stopped it, he said quietly, before it got worse. It already was worse, I said. He didn't argue. When I finally brought Maddie home, she was nervous. She stood in the doorway, arms crossed, as if the place might collapse around her. You okay? I asked. She shrugged. But that night, she slept in her own room. The lights stayed on and the door cracked open, but she slept. That was enough. We changed the locks, got better cameras. I put up new blinds and added motion lights on all sides of the house. For weeks, we jumped at every creak, every rustle of wind. But eventually, the silence returned, the normal kind. Time passed. Hargrave called once a week, then once a month. The case was solid. The charges were numerous: stalking, breaking and entering, attempted abduction, harassment. And the notebook sealed the rest. Gregory Holbrook would never walk free again, not because he apologized, but because he never would. He never saw what he did as wrong. But the court did. The system did. That was enough. Months later, Maddie turned 17. She asked for one thing: to go on a hike, the same trail behind the house, the one she used to love before all of this. I hesitated, of course, but I went with her. We packed lunch, took our time, and when we passed the place where the shed meets the trees, she stopped. There was nothing there anymore. No blankets, no footprints, just quiet woods. "I don't want to be afraid of our backyard forever," she said. "You don't have to be." She looked at me, and for the first time in months, her smile reached her eyes. Some scars don't show. Some stalkers don't scream or knock or break in. They wait, watch, take pieces of your life while you're not looking. But we got ours back. He took years from us. We took everything else from him. And now, we sleep with the windows closed, the blinds drawn, and the camera's always on. Not because we're scared, because we're prepared, because our home is ours again. And no one, not even a ghost from the past, will ever take it from us again. I do not think I ever really believed in the stories my grandfather used to tell. They were the kind of tales that belonged to late nights and tired minds, a way to pass the time when the world felt a little too quiet. He would sit in his old recliner, the cracked leather worn smooth by years of restless shifting, and he would talk about the things he had seen. Not the usual stories of the farm or the dusty roads that ran like veins through the Texas plains, but stranger things, dark things that felt too heavy to be just memories. In those last few months, he had started to lose himself. His eyesight had faded slowly, like the sun sinking behind the hills at dusk. He stopped seeing the world in bright, sharp lines and started talking about shadows in the corners, shapes that moved when no one was watching. I tried to tell myself it was just the sickness eating away at his mind, but every time he spoke about the man in the corner, his voice went quiet and sure, like he was telling me something he knew in his bones. "He's here for me," my grandfather would say, his blind eyes staring off into the dark. Tall, thin man with fingers like knives. He does not speak, just stands there and waits. I would sit there beside him, my own heart beating too fast, and I would try to make sense of it. The way he spoke so calmly, like he had accepted something that I could not even begin to understand. Sometimes I would find myself turning to look at the corner he pointed to, half expecting to see something there in the dim light, but there was never anything. Just the slow sigh of the old house settling into the night and the quiet hush of the wind outside. After he passed, the house felt emptier than it should have. I went back one last time to pack up the small things he had left behind, the faded photos and the worn-out sweaters that still smelled faintly of smoke and cedar. It felt like stepping into a place that had been paused in time, everything holding its breath and waiting for me to finish what he could not. I saved his room for last, I do not know why. Maybe because I wanted to hold on to the idea that he might still be there, that I could sit in his old chair and listen to his stories one more time. The air was still and thick with the scent of old wood and stale air, the curtains pulled tight against the bright Texas sun. I turned on the lamp by the bed, the soft glow of it spilling across the cracked floorboards, and I let the quiet settle around me. I sat in his chair for a long time, my hands resting on the worn arms, and I tried to remember the way he used to talk about the world. The way his voice would drop to a hush when he spoke about the things he could not see. The way his hands would tremble just a little when he spoke about the man in the corner. I told myself it was just the ramblings of an old man who had spent too many nights alone. But even then, I could not shake the feeling that the house was listening, that it was holding its breath, waiting for me to see what he had seen. When I stood up, I walked slowly around the room, my eyes tracing the small, careful lines of his life. The stack of books by the bed, the half-finished crossword puzzle on the nightstand, the small jar of peppermints he kept for visitors. It felt like he was still there in the quiet, his presence woven into the spaces he had left behind. And then I saw it. In the corner of the room, where the light of the lamp could not quite reach, there was a smudge on the floor, dark and faint, like a shadow that had been pressed into the wood by something heavy and real. I knelt down, my breath catching in my throat, and I reached out to touch it. The wood was cold and smooth under my fingers, but the shape was unmistakable. It was a footprint, long and thin, the toes splayed out like the delicate bones of a hand. I sat back on my heels and stared at it, my mind racing to find some explanation. Maybe it was just a stain, some trick of the light and the tiredness in my bones. But even as I told myself that, I knew it was not true. The shape was too perfect, too deliberate, like someone had stepped there in the quiet of the night and left a piece of themselves behind. I thought about what my grandfather had said, about the man in the corner, the one who waited in the dark and watched with empty eyes. I felt a chill slip down my spine, the air in the room growing still and heavy. I told myself it was just my imagination, just the stories he had told finding their way into the quiet of my own mind. But as I sat there, the weight of the house pressing in around me, I felt something shift. A soft, patient breath that seemed to move through the stillness, the promise of something waiting just beyond the edge of the light. I stood up slowly, my hands shaking, and I backed away from the corner. I did not turn my back on it, not until I had reached the door and the light of the hallway spilled across my shoulders. I stepped out of the room and closed the door behind me, the soft click of the latch like the closing of a story I was not sure I wanted to hear. As I walked through the house one last time, I felt the weight of the quiet pressing against my skin. I thought about the stories my grandfather had told, about the way he had spoken of the man in the corner with such quiet certainty. I wondered if he had seen something I could not. If the darkness had come for him in the end, not as a dream or a story, but as something real and waiting. When I left, I did not look back. The house stood quiet and still in the bright Texas sun, the windows dark and empty. But even as I drove away, I could feel the weight of that smudge on the floor, the shape of it pressed into my mind like a brand. And I knew that no matter how far I went, some part of me would always be listening for the soft, patient breath of the dark, for the quiet promise of something that waited in the corners of the night. After I left the house that day, I tried to push it out of my mind. I told myself it was just an old stain, some smudge left by years of footsteps and dust. But no matter how hard I tried, the image of that dark footprint stuck with me. It was not just the shape of it, long and thin and too perfect to be an accident. It was the way it felt, like it did not belong there, like it had been pressed into the floor by something that did not quite fit in the world I thought I knew. I kept thinking about the way my grandfather used to talk about the man in the corner, how he would sit in that old recliner, his hands trembling just a little, and his voice low and steady. He never said he was afraid, not really. It was more like he was resigned, like he had accepted that there were some things you could not fight, some things that came for you no matter how hard you tried to keep the dark at bay. I wondered if he had seen that footprint too, if he had known that the stories he told were more than just stories in the end. That night, I did not sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark shape on the floor, the faint outline of something that did not belong. I would jerk awake, my heart pounding, the shadows of my room pressing close and heavy. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that I was letting old fears slip under my skin. But the more I tried to push it away, the more real it felt, like the weight of the dark was something I could almost reach out and touch. The next day, I found myself driving back to the house. I did not plan it. My hands just turned the wheel and the road stretched out in front of me like it had been waiting. The sun was high and bright, the heat of it sharp against my skin, but as I pulled into the gravel drive, the air felt cooler somehow. The house stood there in the quiet, the windows dark and blank, the paint peeling in small, careful curls. It felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for me to step inside. I told myself I was just there to make sure everything was locked up, that I had not left anything behind. But as I walked through the quiet rooms, my footsteps soft on the old wood floors, I knew that was not true. I was there because I needed to see it again. To know if it was really there, or if it was just something my mind had made up in the hush of the empty house. The room was just as I had left it. The old chair sat in its corner, the blanket folded neatly across the back, the small table by the window still holding the jar of peppermints he had always kept for visitors. I walked slowly, my breath tight in my chest, and I stopped in front of the corner. The smudge was still there, dark and quiet against the pale wood. I knelt down, my hand trembling as I reached out to touch it again. It was cold under my fingers, the shape of it too perfect, too deliberate. I traced the edges of it, the soft rise and fall of the wood around it, and I felt a chill slip down my spine. I stood up and stepped back, my breath coming in small, careful gasps. I looked around the room, the way the light from the single lamp pooled in small circles, leaving the corners thick and dark. It felt like the whole house was listening, the quiet of it pressing in around me like a breath held too long. I sat in the chair for a while, the cracked leather warm against my skin, and I thought about my grandfather, about the way he used to smile, soft and tired, when he talked about the man in the corner. I wondered if he had been trying to warn me, if the stories he told were not just his way of making sense of the dark, but a way of passing down something he had always known. I thought about the way he would go quiet, his blind eyes turned to the dark like he was listening for something only he could hear. And I wondered if, in the end, he had seen that pale figure standing in the corner, waiting with long, patient fingers. I left the house just as the sun was starting to dip low, the sky painted in soft shades of gold and pink. I locked the door behind me, the small click of it loud in the quiet, and I stood for a moment on the porch, the weight of the old wood under my feet, a small comfort. The wind moved through the trees, the soft rustle of leaves like a whisper, and I thought I could hear his voice in it, the low, steady hush of his stories coming back to me in the dark. On the drive home, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something there in the back seat, some shadow that had slipped out of the quiet house and followed me into the night. But the road was empty, the fields on either side dark and still under the weight of the setting sun. I tried to tell myself it was over, that I had seen what I needed to see, and it would fade like an old dream. But deep down, I knew it would not be that easy. When I got home, I sat in the quiet of my small kitchen, the soft hum of the fridge and the tick of the clock the only sounds. I made tea and watched the steam curl in the low light, my hands wrapped tight around the warm cup, and in the quiet, I thought about that footprint. The way it felt like it did not belong to this world, the way it pressed into the old wood like a promise. I did not know what it meant. I did not know if it was real or just the shape of my own fears come to life in the hush of an old house, but I knew that some part of me could not let it go. That I would go back, if only to see if the quiet still held the shape of something waiting. Because in the end, I think we all want to know if the stories we carry are just words, or if there is something real breathing in the dark, waiting for us to look. The next morning, I woke up early, the sky outside still gray with the last traces of night. I had not slept well, the edges of my dreams soft and frayed, filled with whispers that I could not quite catch. My mind kept drifting back to that room, to the smudge on the floor that had felt too real to be just a trick of old wood and shadows. I sat at the edge of my bed, my hands resting on my knees, and I tried to decide if I was going back because I wanted answers, or because I was too afraid to leave it alone. I spent the day moving through the motions of life, each small task a way to keep the weight of that footprint from pressing in too close. I went to the store, made coffee, answered emails, with half my mind still caught in the hush of that old house. The sun was bright outside, the sky a pale, endless blue that felt too sharp, too bright after the thick quiet of my grandfather's room. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shape of that smudge, the way it seemed to breathe in the stillness, and I wondered if he was still there, waiting in the dark. By late afternoon, I knew I would go back. I told myself I just wanted to see it in the light of day, to prove to myself that it was nothing more than a mark on the floor. But I think part of me knew that was not true. Part of me was listening for the soft, patient voice of my grandfather, the way he used to say that some things lived in the quiet, waiting for us to see them. The drive out there felt longer than I remembered, the road winding through fields that stretched out in every direction, the soft hum of the tires on the pavement, the only sound. I rolled the windows down, let the warm wind wash over me, but even that did not ease the tight knot in my chest. The closer I got, the more I felt like the road itself was holding its breath, the small towns and empty fields slipping past like the spaces between heartbeats. When I pulled into the gravel drive, the sun was already dipping low, the light turning the old house to gold. It looked so quiet, so still, but I could feel the weight of it pressing close, the way the shadows seemed to gather at the edges of the porch. I sat in the car for a long moment, my hands resting on the steering wheel, and I thought about my grandfather, about the way he had spoken with such quiet certainty, his blind eyes fixed on a corner that no one else could see. I stepped out slowly, the gravel crunching under my feet, and I walked up to the door. The key felt cold in my hand, the metal heavy and solid, and for a moment I just stood there, listening to the soft hush of the wind in the trees. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the familiar scent of old wood and dust wrapping around me like a memory. The house was just as I had left it, the small kitchen neat and silent, the living room still caught in the soft half-light of the setting sun. I moved through the room slowly, each step careful and deliberate, until I stood in front of the door to his room. I took a deep breath, my hand resting on the worn wood, and I pushed it open. The room was filled with the last light of the day, the soft gold of it turning the old furniture into quiet shapes. The chair sat in its corner, the blanket folded just so, and the jar of peppermints still catching the light in small, bright flashes. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, the quiet of the room settling over my shoulders like a blanket. I went to the corner first, my eyes fixed on the smudge on the floor. It was still there, just as dark, just as perfect. I knelt down and traced the edges of it again, the wood cold and smooth under my fingers. It felt like it had always been there, like it was part of the house itself, waiting for someone to see it. I sat back on my heels and looked around the room, the soft light painting everything in shades of gold and shadow. I thought about the stories my grandfather used to tell, about the man in the corner with the long fingers and the empty eyes. I thought about the way his voice would go soft and sure when he spoke about the things he could not see, and in the quiet of that room, I started to wonder if maybe he had not been afraid at all. Maybe he had just been ready to see what waited in the dark. I stood up slowly, my legs stiff from kneeling, and I went to the chair. I sat down, the cracked leather soft under my skin, and I let the quiet wrap around me. I closed my eyes and listened to the small sounds of the house, the soft creak of the floorboards, the sigh of the wind against the window, and underneath it all, I thought I could hear something else. A slow, patient breath that seemed to move through the stillness, a whisper that spoke in the hush between heartbeats. I did not open my eyes right away. I let the quiet settle deep in my bones, the soft weight of it a comfort and a challenge. When I finally looked up, the light had grown softer, the shadows deeper. The smudge on the floor seemed to blur and shift in the half-light, the edges of it no longer just a mark on old wood. I thought about the man my grandfather had spoken of, the way he waited in the corner, patient and sure, and I wondered if he was there now, standing in the quiet with me. I did not see him, but I felt him, in the slow hush of the room, in the soft breath of the dark, and in that moment, I understood something my grandfather had tried to tell me in the quiet of his own voice. That some things are not meant to be explained, that some things live in the spaces we do not understand, and the only thing we can do is see them, and let them see us in return. I stood up and walked to the door, the soft creak of the floor under my feet, a small, steady promise. I looked back one last time at the smudge on the floor, the quiet shape of it waiting in the dark, and I felt something ease in my chest. I did not know what it meant, or if it meant anything at all. But I knew I would not turn away from it. Not now. The drive home from the house was quiet, the road stretching out in long empty lines. The sun had dipped below the horizon by the time I turned onto the highway, the sky a deep blue that felt endless and cold. I kept my eyes on the pavement, my hands steady on the wheel, but my mind was still caught in that room. In the shape of the smudge on the floor and the way the air had felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for me to see what lived in the quiet. I thought about my grandfather, about the way he had spoken about the man in the corner with such calm certainty. He had never seemed afraid, not really. There was something almost gentle in the way he talked about it, like he had made peace with whatever waited in the dark. I wondered if I would ever feel that kind of calm, if I would ever be able to look into the quiet and see it not as a threat, but as something that was always meant to be there. The next day, I tried to lose myself in small, careful things. I cleaned my apartment, wiped down every surface until my hands ached, and the scent of lemon cleaner filled the air. I answered emails I had been putting off, folded laundry that had been sitting in a basket for too long, but no matter how many small things I did, I kept seeing that smudge in the corner of my mind. It felt like it had pressed itself into my thoughts, the shape of it lingering in the quiet spaces of my day. I did not tell anyone about it. Part of me thought about calling my mother, about telling her what I had seen in that quiet, still room. But I knew she would just tell me it was a stain, that I was letting my imagination run wild in the dark, and maybe she would be right. But I could not shake the feeling that there was something more to it, something that went deeper than the simple explanation of old wood and shadows. That night, I woke up to the sound of the wind against my window. It was a soft, patient sound, the kind of sound that fills the spaces between dreams and waking. I lay there in the dark, my breath slow and careful, and I thought about the way the air had felt in that room, heavy and still, like it was listening to every small sound I made. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, but every time I drifted close to dreams, I saw that shape in the dark. Not just the smudge on the floor, but the faint outline of a man standing in the corner, his long, thin fingers stretching down to the ground. I could almost hear the soft sigh of breath in the quiet, the patient weight of something waiting. I woke up with a gasp, the air cold in my lungs, and I lay there in the dark, listening to the sound of my own heartbeat. The next morning I drove back to the house. I told myself it would be the last time, that I just needed to see it again to prove to myself that it was nothing. But I think part of me knew that I was not going back for proof. I was going back because the quiet of that house had started to feel like something I needed to understand. Like the darkness was a question I had to answer, even if I was not sure I wanted to hear what it had to say. The house was just as still as I remembered, the soft hush of the wind in the trees, the only sound in the bright morning light. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the cool air wrapping around me like a breath. The living room was warm with the light of the sun, the small details of the space catching in the soft glow. But when I walked down the hall to that room, the air felt different. Heavier somehow, like the quiet itself was waiting for me to speak. I opened the door and stepped inside, the soft creak of the floor under my feet loud in the hush. The smudge was still there, dark and perfect in the corner, the shape of it as familiar now as the lines of my own hand. I walked to it slowly, my breath steady and calm, and I knelt down in the soft light. I traced the edges of it again, the cold wood smooth under my fingertips, and I tried to imagine what it would feel like if it was not just a mark, if it was the memory of something that had stood there, watching the quiet of the room. I sat back on my heels and let the quiet settle around me, the soft weight of it pressing close. I thought about the way my grandfather had spoken, the way his blind eyes had turned to the corner like he could still see what waited there. I wondered if he had been talking to it all those years, if the man in the corner had been more than just a story he told to fill the long, empty nights. I stood up and walked to the window, the light of the sun warm on my face. Outside, the fields stretched out in every direction, the soft rustle of the wind in the grass, the only sound. It felt like the world was holding its breath, like the quiet of the house had spilled out into the fields and wrapped everything in the slow hush of waiting. I turned back to the room, my hand resting on the old wood of the window frame, and I whispered into the quiet, "What do you want from me?" My voice sounded small in the stillness, but it felt like the only question that mattered. There was no answer, just the soft weight of the air and the faint scent of dust and old wood. But in that moment, I felt something ease in my chest, a small, quiet understanding that maybe the answer did not matter. Maybe the question was enough, the act of looking into the dark and seeing what lived there. I left the room and closed the door behind me, the soft click of the latch like a promise. I stood in the hallway for a moment, the light of the sun warm on my back, and I let out a slow breath. I did not know if I would come back. I did not know if the smudge would be there tomorrow, or if it would fade like the last breath of a dream, but I knew that I had seen it, and that was enough for now. I spent the next few days trying to stay busy, throwing myself into work and small tasks around the house, anything to keep my mind from drifting back to the quiet of my grandfather's room. But no matter how hard I tried, it felt like the shape of that smudge was always there, pressed against the inside of my thoughts like a thumbprint on glass. It was in the quiet moments, in the soft hush of the early morning and the stillness of the late night, that I would see it most clearly. I would be sitting at my kitchen table, the sun just starting to slip over the edge of the world, and I would feel it. The weight of that quiet room, the shape of that dark smudge in the corner, and the soft, patient breath of something that was always there, just waiting to be seen. I started dreaming of the house at night. In those dreams, the hallways were longer, stretching out in soft, endless lines, the doors all open and the rooms all waiting. I would walk through the quiet, my bare feet cold against the old wood, and I would feel him there. Not the shape of my grandfather, not the soft, gentle hush of his voice, telling stories in the dark, but the shape of something else, tall and thin, with long, patient fingers that seemed to brush against the edges of the dreams. I would wake up with my heart in my throat, my hands tangled in the sheets, and the soft press of the dark still whispering in the quiet spaces of my room. I did not know what to make of it. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, the weight of old memories, and the soft hush of grief turning into something that felt like more. But even as I tried to believe that, there was a part of me that knew it was not just a dream, that there was something in the quiet of that house, something that had waited for my grandfather and was now waiting for me. I drove back to the house one last time. I told myself it would be the last time, that I would go and see and then let it rest. The day was bright and warm, the sky a soft, endless blue that felt like it should have been enough to wash away the quiet weight of the dark. But as I turned down the gravel drive, the air grew still, the world holding its breath the way it always did when I stepped into that place. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the scent of old wood and dust wrapping around me like a blanket. The house was silent, the soft light of the afternoon slipping in through the curtains and painting everything in gentle gold. I moved through the room slowly, my footsteps soft on the old floors, until I reached the door to my grandfather's room. I stood there for a moment, my hand resting on the worn wood, and I let the quiet of the house settle deep in my bones. When I opened the door, the room felt just as it always had. The chair in the corner, the blanket folded neatly, the soft pool of light from the lamp by the bed. And in the corner, the smudge on the floor, dark and perfect against the pale wood. I walked to it slowly, my breath catching in my chest, and I knelt down to trace the edges of it again. The wood was cool under my fingers, the shape of the smudge as clear and deliberate as it had ever been. I sat back on my heels and closed my eyes, letting the quiet of the room wrap around me. I thought about my grandfather, the way he had spoken of the man in the corner with such calm certainty, and I wondered if maybe that was what he had been trying to teach me. Not to be afraid of the quiet, but to listen to it, to see what lived there, and to understand that some things did not need to be explained to be real. I sat there for a long time, the soft hush of the house settling deep into my bones, and I let the dark speak in the small ways it knew. The soft sigh of the wind against the window, the slow creak of the old floorboards, the quiet beat of my own heart. And in that quiet I thought I could hear him. Not the shape of the man with the long fingers, not the soft press of something waiting in the dark, but my grandfather's voice. A low, patient hush that spoke not in words, but in the quiet certainty of someone who had seen and understood. I stood up slowly, my legs stiff from the cold of the floor, and I walked to the window. The light of the afternoon was soft and warm on my skin, and for a moment it felt like the house was breathing with me, the slow rise and fall of it a gentle comfort in the hush. I thought about leaving then, about walking out and locking the door behind me one last time, but there was a part of me that wanted to stay, to sit in the quiet and let the dark settle around me, to feel the soft weight of something that had waited in the corners for longer than I could know. I walked back to the chair and sat down, the leather cracked and soft under my hands, and I closed my eyes. I let the quiet speak, the slow breath of the house, and the soft hush of the wind in the trees. And in that moment I felt something shift, not the sudden jolt of fear, not the sharp edge of something reaching out from the dark, but a soft, quiet understanding that whatever waited there, whatever had pressed its shape into the floor and into my dreams, it was not something to be feared. It was just something that had always been, waiting in the quiet, patient and sure. When I finally stood up and left the room, the sun was slipping low in the sky, the light turning the house to soft gold and shadow. I locked the door behind me, the small click of it loud in the hush, and I stepped out into the stillness of the evening. I did not look back as I walked to my car, the soft crunch of gravel under my feet, a steady, gentle song. I drove home with the windows down, the cool air of the night washing over me, and for the first time in days, I felt like I could breathe. The dark was still there, waiting in the corners of my mind, but it felt different now, Not a threat, but a promise. A reminder that the quiet is not empty, but full of the small, patient things that have always been there, waiting for us to see them. In the days that followed my last visit to my grandfather's house, I found myself thinking about that room in quiet moments, the shape of the smudge on the floor always at the edge of my thoughts. But the fear that had once curled tight in my chest had started to ease, replaced by something softer, a kind of calm acceptance that I could not quite put into words. I still did not know what it was that I had seen, or if it was really there at all, but the question of it no longer felt like a weight. It felt like a door I had chosen to open, and in that choice there was a quiet kind of peace. I did not go back to the house again. The next time I drove past it, the windows were still dark, the paint on the old wood still peeling in careful curls. But the air around it felt lighter somehow, like the hush of the place had lifted a little, the weight of the quiet no longer pressing so close. I slowed the car as I passed, my eyes tracing the lines of the porch and the small shape of the old chair I could just see through the window, and I let myself remember. Not just the shape of the smudge in the corner, but the soft way the light fell across the room, the gentle creak of the old boards under my feet, the quiet that had felt like it was holding a breath too long. At home, I took out the small notebook I had kept during those long nights at the house. I flipped through the pages slowly, each line of careful handwriting a small anchor in the soft drift of memory. In the lines I could hear my own voice, shaky at first, then more certain as the nights went on. The questions I had written down felt less like fears now and more like a record of something real, something that had found a way to press itself into the edges of my life. One morning, I woke up before dawn, the sky outside just starting to shift from dark to pale gray. I sat at the edge of my bed and let the quiet of the early morning settle around me, the soft hush of the world still holding the shape of the night. And in that gentle stillness, I thought about my grandfather, about the way he had spoken of the man in the corner, not with fear, but with the kind of understanding that only comes from a lifetime of seeing the quiet things that slip between the light and the dark. I made coffee and stood at the window, watching the first light slip across the ground in soft gold lines. The world outside felt new and bright, the promise of the day a gentle weight in the hush. I thought about the shape of that footprint on the floor, the way it had felt both real and impossible, and I understood something I had not before, that maybe it did not matter if it was real. Maybe what mattered was that it had been there for me to see, a quiet question waiting in the corner of the night, and that I had chosen to stand and look back at it. In the weeks that followed, I found myself telling the story to a few people. Not the whole story, not every detail that still pressed close in the quiet of my own mind, but enough. Enough to feel the small relief of sharing it, of letting the shape of it settle in the air between me and someone else. Some listened and nodded, their eyes soft with understanding, even if they did not quite believe. Others shifted in their seats, the small, nervous laughter of those who have never seen the quiet pressed close around them. But it felt good to tell it, to let the story breathe and be more than just a shape in the dark of my own thoughts. One evening, I went for a walk, just as the sun was starting to slip low in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, the soft scent of the earth rising up from the ground in small, gentle breaths. I let my feet take me where they would, the quiet of the world a soft song in my ears, and I thought about the way the dark had felt in that old house. Not a threat, but a promise. Not an emptiness, but a space where something waited to be seen. I stopped at the edge of a small field, the long grass swaying in the soft breeze, and I closed my eyes. I let the quiet wash over me, the slow, steady beat of my heart, a small, steady anchor in the hush. And in that quiet, I thought I could feel him. Not the pale figure my grandfather had spoken of, not the dark shape of the man with the long fingers, but my grandfather himself. His voice soft and sure in the dark, the quiet weight of his presence, a gentle comfort in the hush of the night. I opened my eyes and took a slow breath, the air cool and bright in my lungs, and I let the quiet settle into the spaces of my thoughts. I did not know if I would ever see that shape in the dark again, or if it had been a gift given to me in the last days of my grandfather's life. But I knew that whatever it had been, it had left something behind in me. A small, quiet understanding that the world is wider and deeper than the edges we can see in the light, and that sometimes the only thing we can do is stand and look and let it look back. When I turned to walk home, the last light of the sun was slipping over the horizon, the soft glow of it painting the world in warm gold. I felt a small, gentle peace settle in my chest, the quiet of the evening a soft, steady breath in the hush of the night. And I knew that wherever my grandfather had gone, whatever waited in the dark beyond the edges of the world, it was not something to fear. It was just another part of the quiet, patient and sure, waiting for us to see it. Alright, so I've never posted anything like this before, and honestly, I almost didn't. Feels weird to put this out there, like it's not really my story to tell. But I haven't stopped thinking about it for weeks, and I guess I just need to write it out. Maybe someone's heard of something similar, or maybe I'm just going a bit mad. Anyway, it's about my son. He's 7, bright kid, chatty, imaginative, like really imaginative. He's always making up games or little scenarios for his toys, that kind of thing. Nothing unusual, but a few weeks ago something started that, well, hasn't stopped bothering me. It started as a bedtime thing. I just tucked him in. It was a Wednesday night. I remember that clearly because I had just finished washing up and was looking forward to finally getting off my feet, and he says, totally casual, "Do you want to hear my story?" I said sure, thinking he'd go on about space pirates or that raccoon detective he made up last month. But no, this time it was different. His tone changed, slower, like he was remembering it rather than inventing it. He starts telling me about this woman who lives in a basement. "She's not allowed out," he said, like that was just a normal sentence. I asked him what he meant, and he shrugged. "She's not allowed," the man told her. I tried to gently press a bit, curious, but not wanting to lead him. He kept going, said the woman's name was Lely, or maybe Nellie, he wasn't sure, and that she had a red door. Not just any red door, though. He said it was red like crayon, but not scribbled, all perfect. Then he said she had yellow wallpaper with little birds on it. Now, that might not sound that weird, right? Kids come up with stuff, but the way he said it, like he was trying to get it right, like the details mattered, it made my skin crawl a bit. He told me she used to smell like lavender before, but now she smells like the bin when it's too full. He told me about her birthday cake, that she never got to eat it because the man said birthdays are dangerous. That part stuck with me. I asked who the man was. He got a bit quiet then and said, "He walks funny. He's got a bend in his leg and goes bump bump when he comes down the stairs." Then he mimicked a limping sound, rhythmic, like he'd heard it before. Now, here's where I started to get uneasy. It was too specific, too odd. He wasn't telling it like a scary story either. He was just describing it, like it was a fact, like it was something he knew. I asked where he got the idea, and he just said, "I made it up." I didn't push more that night, kissed him goodnight, turned off his lamp, and just sat in the hallway for a minute, trying to make sense of it. Told myself he must have seen something on YouTube or heard something from a kid at school. Maybe it was a game. Maybe I was overreacting. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, he's told me more every couple of nights, bits and pieces, like he's remembering it slowly. And every time, it's got the same feel, strange, specific, and just a little too real. He said the basement smells like old metal and wet towels, that the woman keeps a blanket with little blue stars on it, and that she cries without sound, that sometimes she writes letters but doesn't send them. I've asked him to draw things a few times, just casually, like, "Hey, can you show me the door?" Or, "What do the birds look like on the wallpaper?" And he'll draw it. Not like a kid guessing, like someone copying from memory. And look, I know what this sounds like. I know how it reads. I've gone over every possible explanation. I don't think he's possessed or anything like that. But I don't think he made it up either. Or at least not all of it. The turning point for me was a few nights ago. I was tucking him in again, and I said something like, "You've got quite the imagination." And he looked at me really seriously, not scared, not playful, just matter of fact, and said, "She's still down there, you know." I asked what he meant. He just said, "She never got out." That night I didn't sleep. I started Googling, just keywords at first, missing woman red door wallpaper. Then I started narrowing it down. Added UK, Sheffield, basement, yellow wallpaper with birds. Most of it came back empty or random true crime blogs. But then I found something. A case from 2006. Woman named Eleanor, missing from Sheffield, never found. I clicked the article and my stomach dropped. It mentioned briefly that she was last seen near a residential estate where she'd been staying with someone. The article said the family hadn't released many details, but there was a quote from a neighbor about how the house had a weird door out back, painted bright red like a toy. There was nothing about the wallpaper, nothing about the limp, nothing about the cake, but I found a local news archive with an old photo from when the police were searching the property. The door, bright red, paint too clean for an old house. I haven't shown it to my son yet. Honestly, I'm scared too. I don't know what he's remembering, or how he knows any of it. But I'm starting to wonder if this story isn't his at all. I didn't bring it up the next morning. I wanted to. I had questions circling my head all through breakfast, but I kept quiet. My son was just sitting there, swinging his feet under the table, chewing cereal like nothing strange had ever come out of his mouth. And that's what made it harder to process. He looked completely normal. 7 years old, slightly sticky with milk on his chin, How do you ask a kid why he knows the layout of a basement no one's talked about in public? I went through the day distracted. Work emails, laundry, dishes. It all felt like filler. My brain kept returning to that red door and the smell of wet towels and metal, like he'd said. And I know memory isn't perfect, but I kept hearing his voice saying that line over and over again. It didn't feel like something a kid would make up. Or if he did, then it wasn't a normal kind of imagination. It felt remembered. That night, I planned to bring it up, casually, see if he still remembered it, or if he'd moved on. Sometimes kids say strange things and forget they ever said them. But right before bed, he brought it up on his own. He was brushing his teeth, and out of nowhere asked, "Do you think she gets lonely down there?" I asked who he meant. He looked up at me through the mirror and just said, "The lady in the basement." I didn't answer. I couldn't. I helped him into bed, tucked the blanket under his arms like always. I sat beside him on the edge of the mattress, trying to think of the right thing to say. Finally, I asked, "Is this story something you heard somewhere?" He shook his head, really firmly. "No, I saw it in my head. I made it up, but it's not pretend." That last part made my skin crawl. I asked him what he meant. He said sometimes when he closes his eyes, it's like watching a movie, but it's always the same one, the same story, and he just knows it's real. That was his word. Knows. "She sings to herself when she's cold," he added quietly. "Who does?" "The lady. She sings a birthday song, but really, really slow." That made my stomach turn. I don't know why that detail did it. Maybe because it was so weirdly specific. Maybe because of the way he said it, almost whispering, like it was a secret. I didn't push more. Just kissed him good night and told him I loved him. I sat in the hallway again. I've never done that before this started, just sitting outside his door like some kind of night watch. The hallway light was off, but the glow from his nightlight stretched out in this long stripe across the floor. I stared at it until my legs started to go numb. After he fell asleep, I went back online. I looked up the case again. Eleanor R., 39 years old when she went missing. Her photo was in all the articles: kind face, long dark hair. She had worked at a cafe on the corner of London Road and lived in temporary housing not far from where we are now. The articles mostly said the same things: disappeared without a trace, no forced entry. Last seen by a co-worker, no known enemies, no confirmed sightings since. One piece mentioned a man she had been involved with, briefly, said he walked with a limp due to a car accident years earlier. I stared at that line for a long time. The wallpaper hadn't come up in anything I could find, nor the smell, nor the cake. But now I was starting to wonder if anyone even thought to ask. I didn't want to involve him any more than I had to. But the next evening, I tried something. I printed out some pictures of basements, just random ones, found online. Some clean, some cluttered, all different. No obvious crime scene stuff, just storage rooms, mostly. I told him I was working on a drawing and needed his expert eyes. That's how I said it, tried to make it a game. I laid them out on the floor and asked if any looked familiar. He went through them slowly, dragging his finger across each photo like he was trying to pull something out of it. Then he stopped on one. "That one's close," he said, "but the light's wrong." What kind of light is it? He shrugged. It flickers. He pointed to the ceiling of the photo and tapped it. There should be a string. You pull it, like this. He mimed pulling a chain, hand over head. I looked closer at the picture. No string light, just a recessed bulb. He was right, not a match. He moved to the next one and stopped again. That one's better, he said, but the walls are too clean. Hers have bumps. I didn't know what he meant, so I asked. Bumps? Like when paint's over bricks, but you can still feel the bricks under. That caught me off guard. It was such a specific detail, not the kind of thing a 7-year-old invents for fun, and he said it without hesitation, like it was obvious. He moved on again, then circled back to the first one and said, "This one smells more right. The metal smell. You can almost taste it." He didn't say anything after that, just went to brush his teeth and left the photos on the floor. I sat there staring at them, feeling cold all over. The more I heard, the more convinced I became that he wasn't inventing this, at least not from nothing. Maybe it was something he saw once. Maybe someone said something near him, and he absorbed it in that way kids do. But the details, they didn't feel secondhand. They felt lived. I still haven't told anyone else. My partner's away for work, and I don't want to dump all of this over the phone. My sister thinks he's just creative, but she hasn't heard him talk about it. I don't know where the line is between coincidence and something more. All I know is this doesn't feel like just a story anymore. The first person I really told was my friend Claire. We've known each other for years, and she's the kind of person who actually listens instead of just waiting for her turn to talk. We met up at the cafe near the park while my son was at school. I hadn't planned on spilling everything, but once we were halfway through our tea, it all sort of came out. I tried to frame it like a weird parenting story. Started with, "Hey, do your kids ever come out with stuff that's just really specific?" And then I told her about the woman in the basement, the red door, the birthday cake, the man with the limp. I expected her to laugh, or at least raise an eyebrow, but she didn't. She just sat back in her chair, arms crossed, listening carefully. When I finished, she leaned forward and said, "You know I watch all those crime shows, right?" I nodded. Claire is a true crime nut. Always has a podcast in her ears, always quoting something grim she read. "Well," she said, "that birthday cake detail, that stuck with me. I swear I heard something about a woman who went missing, might have been years ago, where there was some unsolved stuff about a birthday party that never happened. That threw me." I asked if she remembered any names or places. She couldn't, but she said she'd dig around when she got home. She made me promise not to Google anything while she did, which was pointless because of course I did the second I got back. Still nothing solid, just the same articles I'd already found about Eleanor R., the missing woman from 2006, the red door, the quiet exit, no updates. Claire texted that night. She hadn't found much either, but she told me she believed me. That part surprised me more than anything else. I guess I expected people to think I was being dramatic or maybe projecting stuff onto my son. But she said, "I don't know what's going on, but if he's saying these things unprompted, it means something." And yeah, that was the part I kept circling back to. Because it wasn't like he was looking for attention. He wasn't telling these stories with a flashlight under his chin. He wasn't trying to scare me. He was just remembering, quietly, on his own terms. A few days passed after that. Things felt a bit more normal. We had a weekend full of errands and laundry and cartoon marathons. I started convincing myself it was a fluke, maybe a weird coincidence. Maybe something from a half-overheard news report years ago that had wormed its way into his head. Maybe the human brain really does just invent stuff like this when it needs to. But then Sunday night came. We were doing our usual bedtime routine, brushing teeth, story, lights low. He didn't say anything strange until I turned off the lamp. Then, as I was walking toward the door, he said, "She tried the window again." I stopped. "What window?" "In the basement. It's small and near the top, like the ones in school toilets." That detail hit me hard. Our old primary school had windows like that, narrow ones right up at the ceiling line. He knew exactly what he was describing. I turned around and sat on the edge of the bed. "What happened when she tried?" He frowned, thinking. It was too small. She could see out, but she couldn't reach. And the man heard her. That's when he turned the light off for a whole day. That's how he said it, like it was just something that happened, like you'd say, "Then it rained." I didn't know what to say. He yawned and rolled over. That was it. No questions from him. No awareness that he'd just said something that would keep me up all night again. I emailed the paper that ran the original story about Eleanor. Just a general inquiry. I said I was a local parent whose child had recently described a basement and a missing person, and I was wondering if anyone had ever mentioned a window in the case. I expected nothing, maybe a polite brush-off, or silence. But I got a reply. The reporter was retired but had passed the message to someone still working there. They emailed back the next day. Short message, just this: "We're not aware of a window being mentioned in any police reports." That detail was never made public. That stopped me in my tracks. I reread it maybe 5 times. No window in the reports, not even as a guess, not published, not discussed. And yet, there it was, described to me by my 7-year-old in perfect detail. So I started writing it all down. Not online, not yet, just a notebook, old school style, everything he said, all the little details. I didn't want to forget anything, and part of me worried I'd start misremembering it all. I even started recording our bedtime chats, just in case he brought it up again. I didn't tell him. I didn't want him to change how he spoke, or think it was a game. It's like, once you start noticing a thread, you can't stop pulling. And now, more than anything, I just want to know where this is coming from. I don't think it's a ghost story. I don't think it's a game. I don't even know if I believe in past lives. But I do believe that something is moving through him. Whether it's memory, or some strange kind of echo, or something even older, I don't know. But I can't ignore it anymore. It had started to affect how I saw him. That sounds worse than I mean it, but it's true. I'd always seen him as this bright, curious little person, always bouncing between questions about space and drawing dinosaurs in the corner of his school papers. But now there was this quiet part of him I didn't understand, a place in his head I couldn't follow, and that unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. He didn't talk about the woman every day. Sometimes a whole week would go by with nothing. Just regular kid stuff breakfast, cartoons, school runs. I'd start to think maybe it was over. Maybe it had passed, but then something would slip out again, casual, unprovoked, like it had never left. One night, I was half listening to him playing with his toy cars on the carpet, just zoning out on the couch. Then I heard him say, "You don't have to be scared anymore. He's not coming tonight." I asked what he meant. He didn't even look up. That's what she says to herself when she's trying to sleep. That night I poured myself a drink and called Claire again. She didn't say, "This is getting weird," or "You're overthinking." She just asked, "Do you want to come over?" So I did. We sat in her kitchen, and I filled her in on the new bits, the window, the flickering light, the man not coming tonight. Claire made this face, not shocked exactly, but disturbed, like she was trying to fit puzzle pieces together, and they didn't quite match up. Then she said, "What if he's not imagining her? What if he's, I don't know, remembering her?" "From where?" I asked. "A dream? A past life?" "I don't know, but it's not random. It's too consistent." She poured us both another drink and pulled out her laptop. She wanted to dig more into the case, not just Eleanor, but other missing persons in the area around that time. We went down this rabbit hole for hours, clicking through forums, archived newspaper scans, even some of those old blog sites people used to run about unsolved crimes. We didn't find much new about Eleanor. Same small pool of facts, same dead ends. But we did find a comment on a blog post from back in 2010. Anonymous, no name. It said, "I used to know a guy who worked maintenance near where Eleanor went missing. Said there was a unit with a weird smell and birds on the wallpaper. Told me once he was scared to open the basement door." We both just stared at it for a while. It could have been fake, internet nonsense. But after everything my son had described, the birds on the wallpaper hit hard. I remembered how he said they were yellow, and how he drew them wrong shapes, not like cartoon birds, more like little pointed figures with too many lines. I still have the drawing. Claire asked if I had ever spoken to his teacher about it. I said no, mostly because I didn't want to look like the mad parent spinning ghost stories. But she convinced me it might be good to ask if anything unusual had come up at school, just in case. Not even about the woman, just anything. So the next day I emailed his teacher, just a polite note, asking if she'd noticed any changes in him lately. I tried to keep it light, framed it as me being a slightly over-attached mom. She replied by lunchtime, said he was doing well academically, polite, friendly. But then she added, "He has mentioned someone named Nellie during quiet reading time, described her as someone who lives under a house and misses cake. He said he was writing her a letter." I didn't even know how to respond. That night, I asked him about it. He was in his pajamas, brushing his hair with that old plastic brush he refuses to throw out. I sat on the bed and said, "Your teacher said you were writing a letter. Can I see it?" He nodded like it was the most normal request in the world and pulled a piece of paper out from under his pillow. It was folded twice, just loose-lined paper with his messy writing across it. It said, "Dear Nellie, I hope you are warm. I will bring you cake if I can. You do not have to be afraid of the man with the wrong leg. He is gone. The window is too small. but maybe if you climb high, you can see the lights. That was it. I stared at it, then looked at him. He was already in bed, curling under the blanket. "Do you want me to post it?" I asked, not knowing what else to say. He shook his head. "It's just for her, not real posting." I put the letter in my nightstand drawer. I haven't taken it out since, but I think about it every night. The next day, I decided to walk the neighborhood a bit, just to see. I passed by the row of flats where Eleanor had apparently last been seen. Most of them were either completely redone or boarded up. One of them, a tall, thin unit with fading bricks, had a locked gate and an overgrown front walk. Something about it felt off. Not haunted, not cinematic, just old, ignored. Like someone tried to forget it was there. I stood out front for a few minutes, feeling weirdly guilty, like I wasn't supposed to be looking at it. Then I walked away. That night, my son didn't mention Nellie. But when I tucked him in, he said, "She likes the birds on the wall because they can leave." And I felt something in my chest twist a little. I don't know where this is going, but I know it's not done yet. The house with the overgrown front walk kept bothering me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. There was nothing outwardly strange about it. No signs, no broken windows or police tape, just neglected. The kind of property people pass without seeing, but something about it lodged itself in my mind, like a word stuck on the tip of your tongue. I didn't go back the next day, or the next. I told myself there was no point. I didn't have a plan, and I wasn't about to go knocking on doors asking about missing people from nearly 20 years ago. But on the third day, I found myself walking past it again, not intentionally. At least I told myself that. I was taking the long way back from the shops, and there it was again. Same gate. Same weeds. This time I stopped. There was no number on the gate anymore, but the post had a faint outline where one had been. I looked at the building, 2 floors, narrow windows, faded curtains drawn shut. I don't know what I expected. A feeling, maybe, a sign, but it just sat there quiet and still. I reached into my pocket and took out the copy of the letter my son had written. I'd made a photocopy of it before putting the original back in my nightstand. I don't even know why I brought it with me, except that I hadn't been able to throw it away or leave it behind. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, just holding the letter in my hand, heart thumping like I'd done something wrong. Then I folded it again and slid it through the letterbox. It made a soft sound as it landed on the other side. And that was it. I walked away. Back home, I didn't say anything to my son. He was building a Lego castle and singing a song about spaghetti under his breath. I watched him from the kitchen and wondered how much he really understood about any of this. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept expecting something to happen. A knock at the door, a dream, I don't even know. But the hours passed and nothing did. Morning came like always. A week went by. Then one afternoon, Claire texted me. "You're not going to like this," she wrote, "but I just saw something weird." I called her immediately. She told me she'd been walking near the flats not far from that same building, and she saw a woman standing by the gate, older, wearing a blue coat. Just standing there, not doing anything. Then Claire said she recognized the coat. "I'm not saying it was her," she said, "but it looked just like the coat from the photo." from the Eleanor article, the one she wore the day she went missing. I asked if she was sure. She said no, but she was rattled enough to tell me. I went back there later that evening, heart in my throat the whole way. The building looked the same, no one outside. The letterbox was empty. The letter was gone. That was when I noticed it. The curtain in the second-floor window, the smallest one, near the back, had moved, just a little, like someone had touched it recently. Maybe it had always been like that. Maybe I had imagined it. I stood there staring at the window until a car passed and snapped me out of it. Back home, I was sitting on the edge of the bath while my son brushed his teeth when he said something new. "She found the light again," he mumbled, toothpaste foam at the corners of his mouth. "What light?" He shrugged. "It buzzes now, but it's on. That means she's not scared." That part hit me like a punch to the chest, because it wasn't scary. It wasn't even particularly dramatic, but it felt real. Real in that quiet way grief feels when it sneaks up on you during a song or a smell, just simple and full of weight. I didn't say anything. I just nodded. The next morning, a letter was slid under our door. Not addressed to anyone, just a plain white envelope. Inside was a piece of notebook paper, torn on the side. In a shaky hand it said, "Tell him she remembers." That was all. No signature, no return address, nothing else in the envelope. I must have read it 20 times. Every possibility ran through my mind. A prank, a mistake, someone trying to scare me. But there was nothing to trace, no prints, no handwriting sample to compare. And I didn't show it to him, my son. I didn't want to plant anything in his head. I didn't want this to grow into something I couldn't pull him back from. But that night, when I tucked him in, he smiled at me in this quiet way I hadn't seen in months. "She remembers now," he said softly. I nodded. "How do you know?" He shrugged. "I just do." And that was it. No more new details after that. No more basement stories. No more talk of the man or the red door. It was like something inside him had gone still. Not vanished exactly, just quiet. I wish I had some neat explanation. I don't. I wish I could tell you someone confessed, or that the house was searched and they found a secret room, but none of that happened. The building is still there, still old, still quiet. I still walk by sometimes, not often, just enough. And every now and then, I swear I see a light on in the upper window, buzzing softly. It's been 3 months since the letter, the one that said, "Tell him she remembers." I still have it in a drawer, folded between 2 pieces of cardboard so it won't get crumpled. I take it out sometimes when the flat is quiet, when my son's asleep, and there's nothing left to do but sit in the kind of silence that feels bigger than it should. He hasn't brought her up again, not once. It's like a switch flipped. No more bedtime stories, no more drawings, no more strange lines about smells or singing or windows too small. He's gone back to being a regular kid, talking about Minecraft and what sandwich he wants for lunch. I didn't realize how much I missed the normal stuff until it came back. The shift wasn't immediate, though. It was gradual, like a fog lifting one layer at a time. At first, I didn't trust it. I kept waiting for him to whisper something strange again, or pull out a new drawing that made my stomach twist. but it never came. And I think the reason it stopped is because whatever it was, memory or message or echo, finally made it through. Someone heard it. Maybe that was the point. I've gone over every possibility in my head. I've asked myself all the questions you're probably thinking right now. Could he have overheard something as a toddler, something buried that resurfaced later? Could he have been influenced by a show or a story, or even something I said without remembering? I've thought about brain development, about subconscious processing, about everything that might make it more explainable. But even with all of that, I can't account for the accuracy, the details, the timing. He should not have known any of it. And yet he did. I never took the letter to the police. I considered it, but I couldn't bring myself to explain the context. How do you walk into a station and say, my 7-year-old might be channeling memories from a woman who disappeared in 2006? They would have nodded politely, filed it away, and I'd have walked out feeling more alone than before. Instead, I wrote a letter of my own, addressed to no one. I printed a photo of Eleanor from the archive and wrote a few lines on the back. I hope someone remembers you now. I didn't sign it. I left it at the front step of that same house, tucked under a loose brick near the gate. I didn't wait around to see if anyone picked it up. And that was it. I haven't gone back since. Claire keeps asking if I ever plan to. She's been quiet about it lately, not pushing, but I can tell she still wants answers too. We sat on her patio one afternoon, both of us sipping tea while the sun fought through clouds, and she said something that stuck with me. Maybe it's not about solving anything. Maybe it's just about listening. And I think that's true. Because whatever this was, a haunting, a memory, a thread of something unspeakable passed from one life to another, it didn't come asking to be solved. It came asking to be heard. I asked my son gently if he remembered anything about Nellie. He frowned for a second, like he was trying to recall something from a dream he had months ago. Then he shook his head. Not really, he said, just that she was sad, but not anymore. That was all. I didn't press further. I don't know how much of this will stay with him as he gets older. Maybe it'll fade completely, like how kids forget old toys and playground games. Or maybe it'll linger in that strange corner of the brain where forgotten things go never really gone, just buried under more familiar thoughts. But I'll remember. Not just the story, but the feeling, the weight of it, the quiet truth that sometimes we don't get explanations. We get fragments, shadows, impressions. And we have to make peace with not knowing everything. There's one more thing. A week ago, while cleaning out the hallway cupboard, I found a shoebox I didn't recognize, not hidden, just tucked behind some old paint trays. Inside were drawings, a lot of them, all on loose paper, some crumpled, some folded, and all of them clearly drawn by my son. I thought I'd seen them all, but these were different, more detailed, older, maybe from the early days when he first started talking about her. The birds on the wallpaper, drawn again and again in yellow pencil, the red door, a limp figure standing at the top of a staircase. But one of them, the last one, made me stop. It was a simple sketch of a birthday cake, 5 candles, I counted. In the corner, in small handwriting, it said, "She got it this time." I didn't show it to anyone. I folded it carefully and placed it with the letter from the door. Maybe it means nothing. Maybe he drew it after seeing a birthday card. Maybe he was just finishing the story in his own head. Or maybe, and I don't say this lightly, maybe she got what she was waiting for. Whatever the truth is, I'm not scared of it anymore. I just hope whoever she was, wherever she is now, someone finally saw her and remembered